Morning. No glasses, no beverage, no food in the room, please.
So thank you for coming to our workshop. And I think now people are like getting coffee or get a lot to get here. So we can just wait for 5 or 10 minutes, then we will start. Thank you. So we will start our, after more 5 minutes, waiting for some people. Thank you.
You're from UNESCO?
I'm from UNESCO.
Okay. You know, if there are some, normally there should be one or two tech people from UNESCO called you.
Yeah, well, there should be.
You don't see that.
I don't see that. Okay.
So, Hiro, are you ready for
There should be.
online moderator?
No, actually, no.
Still work.
Yes, we are not sure how do we connect to remote participation. So, but the thing is, website is down, so I think
okay.
it's a little bit difficult to attend this meeting from remote because they don't have a link to attend this meeting. So I think
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
okay to start the meeting.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to our workshop. This is the workshop 324, the free open internet is for every stakeholder. I'm an organizer of this workshop, Mariko Kobayashi from the America Link and also Keio University. So yeah, let's start. So we are still waiting for one more speaker, but we're gonna start. So the background of the issue is the internet is one of the best platforms to challenge the new things and creating new business idea at any time. And also the free and open internet is important to accomplish the SDGs, like the Sustainable Development Goals. Oh, it's coming. However, with the growing number of the blocking or filtering and also internet shutdown, like interference on the internet by some government's policy, now the freedom on the internet is now threatened. And also, the Sanya will talk about the register freedom on the net report later. But the problem here is that when people discuss the internet shutdown, net neutrality, and also the internet blocking, the content blocking or filtering, the dialogue between policy makers and our stakeholder can be the negative discussion, like the criticizing each other, like can just anti-censorship or anti-blah blah. And therefore, this session will focus on discussing the good impact of the freedom on the free and open internet is for every stakeholder. And we believe that the positive discussion will be an effective way to build a multi-stakeholder dialogue between each stakeholder and also including governments. And as a result, it will encourage multi-stakeholder discussion on this subject. So this is brief introduction from me. And let's move on to the part one. So part one, we have 4 experts from each stakeholder. Then they input from each stakeholder. But before that, let me explain the discussion facilitation. So this is an interactive expert session. So, so if you have any question or opinion, you can use your mic at any time. It is kind of open mic style in the technical community, IETF. But so if you have any question or any comment, please raise your hand and then push this button and connect to your mic. Okay? So let's move on to the part 2. So firstly, Sanya from civil society will talk about the latest report on the freedom on the net, and also what is the good impact on the civil society of the free and open internet. So let's move on.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and it's a pleasure also to be the first session in the morning, because I think that shows your dedication to this subject. As Mariko said, my name is Sonia Kelly, and I'm Director for Internet Freedom at Freedom House. One of the things that Freedom House does each year is we publish an annual report called Freedom on the Net that assesses internet freedom in 65 countries. So each year, we publish a compilation of reports on every single one of those 65 countries. And another thing that Freedom House does uniquely is that we grade those countries based on their internet policies. So then we're able to see how countries do in comparison to one another. And we're also able to draw trends to see whether internet freedom is improving or declining globally. We've done this for 8 years now, and the latest findings are showcasing that internet freedom has declined for the 8th consecutive year. I think particularly worrying is to know that only 20% of all internet users live in countries with free internet. So they live in countries where the internet is not severely blocked, where there is no widespread undue surveillance over the citizens, or where people are not jailed for simply speaking out freely on political and social issues. When we look at the whole range of restrictions, whether that be internet shutdowns or blocking, what we've seen is that they are most likely to happen around election time. And that was certainly the case over the past year as well. So it seems like that in many countries, particularly political players and political parties that want to stay in power, tend to increase the number of blocked websites, and they tend to institute shutdowns and also promote disinformation online in order to stay in power. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the top 3 trends that we saw in the latest edition of Freedom on the Net. And then during the Q&A, I will be happy to talk about some of the additional questions about multi-stakeholder cooperation and other issues that Mariko identified. So the first trend that we heavily focused on this year has to do with online manipulation. Our research over the past several years has documented that online manipulation, whether that be through paid pro-government commentators and trolls, or whether that be through spread of disinformation or through political bots, has increased. So as a researcher, when I started looking at these issues 10 years ago, it was mainly Russia and China and Bahrain and a handful of countries who were doing it. But in our sample of 65 countries, about a half of them have employed this method. And although in some countries this happens on extraterritorial level, so we've seen influence of Russia in Western Europe and in the United States, for example, in most places this actually happens within own borders. So it happens by political parties or political leaders who are trying to influence their own citizens and defend their own policies online. So in order to address this issue of manipulation, over the past year, we've seen proliferation of new laws addressing so-called fake news. And while this is a very legitimate issue that I think all of us are dealing with, particularly problematic for us has been that we saw that in 17 out of 65 countries, we've seen either proposed or new laws that tackle disinformation in a way that it actually suppresses free speech, particularly political and social speech. And just to give you a few examples, in places like Egypt, for example, a new law was passed under the pretense of combating disinformation. And under this new law, now social media users with over 5,000 followers are now treated as regular media. So I think for some of you in the audience, you might have over 5,000 followers. That means now that if you live in a country like Egypt, you are legally obligated to follow the same laws, and you're under the same legal obligations as a media outlet such as the New York Times, of course, without having a legal team to actually defend you and to interpret the policies that that entails. We've also seen reactions in places like Cambodia, for example, where now websites are required to register with the government. And again, this is also under the pretense of fighting fake news. To then give you a sense how these new laws really are displayed in practice, we're seeing people being arrested for their legitimate social and political activity now under the pretense of these new laws. And we've seen that in 13 out of 65 countries that we examined. I mentioned Egypt previously, which passed a series of laws under this particular category. And we've then, as a result of that, seen a number of people being arrested and tried for multiple years in prison. So, for example, there was a case of Lebanese tourist who was in Cairo, and she published a social media video where she angrily denounced harassment that she received on the streets of Egypt and also in taxis and so forth. And she was prevented from returning home. She was arrested, and then she received an 8-year prison sentence simply for doing that. And her sentence was recently commuted, but only after her father and her attorney were able to demonstrate that she was mentally unstable, again, just for publishing this video. Or there was another case of a activist in Egypt who received a 2-year sentence in prison, again, simply for complaining about social harassment or sexual harassment on social media. And I think, as a woman, this particularly strikes me in the age of Me Too movement, where in some countries, actually, people are being arrested and women are being arrested simply for complaining of sexual harassment on the internet. And this is being done under the pretense of fake news. The second area that I want to briefly touch upon has to do with personal data and data protection. So particularly after the Snowden revelations, and then over the past year with Cambridge Analytica and Facebook, I think a lot of countries have been taking a deep look at how they can protect their citizens' data. And I think this is obviously very positive, and we've seen GDPR being a very good case study of positive legislation. But what really worries us at Freedom House are examples of many countries now, particularly authoritarian countries, using kind of this very serious concern to pass policies that would make it easier for them to surveil their citizens. One of the tactics that we've seen is then the passage of so-called data localization laws, where all data now in particular countries needs to be stored within the borders of that country. And we've seen that in places ranging from China, Russia, Vietnam. We're seeing proposals to this extent in places like India. And again, what really concerns us is that many of these places have such few checks and balances, and this is going to be abused for political reasons. And finally, the third area that I want to draw attention to has to do with rise of China, particularly in terms of internet governance and also in terms of new controls imposed at home. So we've seen just generally internet censorship in China reaching new extremes over the past year, more so than in the previous years. But also of particular interest is China's export of some of these policies abroad. Starting with China at home, we've seen a new sweeping cybersecurity law under which now companies must register users under their real names, and they need to immediately stop transmission of banned content. This new cybersecurity law is so vast that there are about 2 new regulations a day, just kind of clarifying how companies and how individuals need to better comply with different provisions of it. In provinces like Xinjiang, where humanitarian situation is quite dire, we've seen facial recognition being used to target the Uyghur Muslim minority. And we've seen situations where individuals are being forced to download special tracking apps, which would then allow the authorities to track their all movements, and it would alert authorities if individuals or if the suspects go within X number of meters away from their house or their place of work. And we've also seen new steps in implementation of the social credit system, which will be mandatory and government implemented by the year 2020, but is currently being implemented on the private basis. And I think many of us in Western Europe and in many other countries are well aware of the credit system, where people are essentially graded based on their financial history. But what social credit system in China is going to do is they're going to also assess people not based on just based on their financial transactions, but then also based on their online activity. And this, quite frankly, is very scary. But perhaps even scarier is also for us at Freedom House to observe that China has been on so-called charm offensive, and they're trying to essentially institute a new kind of alternative method of internet governance abroad. And the way how this is being displayed is that we're seeing Chinese officials organizing workshops in many countries around the world. In fact, according to our study, in 36 out of 65 countries that we examined, Chinese officials organized workshops for top officials of those countries. And although we don't really know what transpired in those meetings, what has been particularly of concern is that very soon after these workshops, we've seen countries actually introduce new laws that closely mimic what is found in China. And we saw that with Cambodia and Vietnam, just for example. So where do we go from here? I think there's certainly a number of steps that different stakeholders can do to work for an open and free internet. But I think the key will be that we work together. And I look forward to actually the next segment where we will be able to explore some of those steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sayur. So this session is interactive exposition, so you can speak anytime. So please don't hesitate to use your mic and tell your opinion. So if you do not have any comments, we're gonna move on to the Thomas. Yeah, Thomas from Business Sector, ISP.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Grob. I work for Deutsche Telekom. I've been there for 10 years. Before that, I was working with the Swiss regulator. When I was asked, I, of course, checked the report and was glad to see that Germany is still considered to be a free country as internet access is being concerned, according to Freedom House, which, of course, didn't surprise me. I mean, our business is to transport data and not to not transport data. So we make it a very strong priority to not be put into the role where we have to decide what content is legal or illegal. Of course, that may happen. In Germany, the hurdles are rather high until something gets blocked. So as German operators, it's quite usual that you even contest some orders to block content in court until it's decided after a couple of instances. We currently do not have any blocking in place or any such procedures, but I'm sure the next procedures will come. So basically what I'm saying is, as a private company, we see our responsibility with our customers, and in a competitive market, it's definitely important to sell access to the full internet. You couldn't sell access to a somehow limited or restricted internet, and most certainly not according to what the ISP would like to have. I mean, having said that, we do not have a policy to push certain contents or certain political ideas. We do not want to be the instance that does any kind of censorship. So I think the discussion today, and we've also heard that from the first speaker, is when should governments actually impose such orders? And I think it matters a lot on what the general view of freedom and democracy is in a country But speaking at the IGF, I think we should also tackle the more controversial issues. Now, for Europe, we do have a net neutrality regulation that made it very clear blocking is a no-go, except in very clearly defined scenarios such as security, and of course that is an important topic and a topic or an area where we as a internet service provider also have a responsibility. So, for example, within Deutsche Telekom, what we will do is if we see that one of our users has been infected by malware and is, for example, sending out spam in large quantities, we do a so-called sandboxing, which means that access is for a time where this infection is happening restricted, but of course we want that user to be back online as fast as possible. So what we do is we provide them with the tools and with help to get rid of the malware and be back fully online with no restrictions as soon as possible. The other thing that concerns me on a personal level is we had a practice in several of our European subsidiaries, especially mobile-only companies, where we had a so-called blacklist in place that is provided by the Internet Watch Foundation. The target here being to prevent child abuse material to be distributed and even worse, to be used for profit online. We've had no formal decisions, but we have had indications when talking with regulators that the implementation of this Internet Watch Foundation list would be seen as a breach of net neutrality laws. So in at least one instance, we took that down with a situation where I think that content that is clearly illegal and very harmful is now not being prevented from being accessed. So that could be a topic of discussion also in this round, and I think I'll leave it at that for the moment and will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. So do you have any comments or your opinion on this topic? So please state your name and...
Yes, hi, I'm Vasilis Chrysos, I'm from Greece, and I'm a member of a community network. For those who might not know, community networks are networks that are built from the citizens, and they are maintained and managed and operated by the citizens. And such networks exist in places where telecom operators do not reach. So in Greece, we have the incumbent, which is OTE, and Deutsche Telekom has bought our incumbent since some years now. Our difficulty and our problem is that now that it is a private company, we cannot get access from our local community network to internet backhaul, which means that we have to find other ways to access internet for people who are geographically isolated, but also digitally isolated. So what I would like to ask is, does Deutsche Telekom have some policy to work with community networks or to facilitate what we do to connect the unconnected? Thank you.
Let's say we have a standing practice which is not to enforce what is written in most of Deutsche Telekom's contracts, that you should not share your access with people that you don't know. And definitely not for commercial reasons. Now, I see that community networks do not have the commercial angle most of the time, and I was of the opinion that we are not enforcing in any technical way. We're not even monitoring if you are sharing your access. So I haven't heard of a case where we actually terminated a business relationship when we saw it was used for an uplink for a community network. Now, having said that, I also don't think that we are actively facilitating, but I'm sure if you reach out and if there is technical problems, there will be opportunities to get to people to solve them. So please reach out and tell us what you need.
So thank you for your comment. So we're going to move on to the next. The next expert is Guy Berger from the UNESCO. He's from the Intergovernment Organization. So please.
Thank you, Mariko. And seeing that I work for UNESCO, I welcome you all to this UNESCO. The title of this session, as you know, is Free and Open Internet is for every stakeholder, with every in capital letters. And so I would just tell you, UNESCO stakeholders, there are 195 states that are the members of this UNESCO organization. And when this was formed in 1945, the Constitution of UNESCO said the following, that the member states should collaborate in the work of advancing mutual knowledge and understanding of peoples through all means of communication. Of course, back in those days, the internet wasn't even known. And to that end, the organization should recommend international agreements as may be necessary to promote free flow of ideas by word and image. They didn't say sound, but I think one could say that sound would include at least audio with words, but we know also audio includes music. So anyway, so that's this stakeholder in the internet, UNESCO, with its interest in advancing mutual knowledge through free flow of ideas by word and image. So a few years ago, UNESCO member states were trying to figure out how the internet makes sense for them as stakeholders, and they came with a concept called internet universality, which was agreed by these 195 member states. And internet universality, it may sound complex, but basically it means internet for everybody, everywhere. And in order to have that internet, which the member states also saw as being extremely relevant to sustainable development, they came with 4 principles, which are known as the ROAM principles, R-O-A-M, not R-O-M-E. And I think these are pretty interesting because it's R is rights, O is openness, A is accessibility, and M is multi-stakeholder. So R-O-A-M, rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholderism. So to come to the topic here, a free internet and an open internet. So UNESCO, when it speaks about free internet, it refers particularly to an internet that respects human rights, because that's what, that's the definition of freedom here. It's not just simply an absence of restraint or illegitimate restraint, it's also that rights are being respected. So that would be right to privacy, right to expression, right to association, and then of course also social and economic rights. So the package of rights is what is seen as important for the free internet. Openness is defined by UNESCO as open systems. So you have the internet should be open for entry, not a closed system. I mean, that's the beauty of the internet. So if you have centralized control, if you have blocks, if you have monopolies, this is against the idea of an open internet. At the same time, if you only have proprietary facilities and services on the internet, that's again against openness. So one of the beauties, of course, of the internet is that it runs on a mixed economy, I think you could say, with a lot of open source software, particularly there, but also open educational resources and everything else. So if you say the free and open internet is for every stakeholder, for UNESCO, it means a rights-based internet and an open internet. So it's open education resources, it's open software, it's and open markets as well. Now, in the other part of this equation, you've got the R, the O, you also have the A and the M, and I think this is important because the A is accessibility, because there's not much point in having a free and open internet if it's not accessible to people. And actually, I do commend Freedom House, because when they assess freedom on the internet, they do look at the accessibility question, which is questions of affordability, for example, questions of infrastructure and so on. To what extent is the internet accessible? And with UNESCO, we also add another dimension to accessibility, which is what we call media and information literacy, which means that the internet should be accessible in terms of cost, in terms of language, etc., but also in terms of the competences that people need to really use the internet and use it in a critical, civic way that's going to advance this mutual knowledge and understanding of all peoples and sustainable development. And then multi-stakeholder, which is the M, is of course, as everybody here knows, we're at the Internet Governance Forum, which is about multi-stakeholder participation in trying to make sure that you don't have unilateral decision-making on the internet. Because as soon as you have the capture of the internet, either by a company or companies, or by a government or by governments, then you reduce the internet, you certainly reduce the openness, and you risk the question of rights and accessibility for that matter. So if you want to have rights, openness, accessibility, you need to have multi-stakeholder practice. So that, in a nutshell, is the interest of this stakeholder in a free and open internet. And perhaps later I can speak a bit more about how does that impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, which Mariko said she also wants me to address. Yeah. And by the way, we have some publications here on this ROAM Internet Universality Model.
So if anyone interested in this publication, they can come to here after the workshop, this workshop. Okay, so we have one more expert from the African region technical community, Rarian. So the recent years, the African region has lots of the controversial discussion on the internet shutdown. And I think we can, so she can input the insights from how to build a dialogue between policymakers and the technical community. So could you, okay.
Thank you, Mariko, and apologies for coming in late, but seems I did miss much. I just fell into the guise of things. Hi, everyone. My name is Lilian Naroga. I'm from Uganda. Today I'm representing the Internet Society. I'm the president of the Internet Society, Uganda chapter. Just to give a glimpse of Africa, I think that's where most of the fun is happening when it comes to pushing for an open internet or an internet for everyone or for every stakeholder, as this session is looking at. And for those who are not probably so much familiar with the situation in Africa, is we've had, I think, the highest number of internet shutdowns. In 2016, for instance, I think there were about 56 of these internet shutdowns, and 26 were from Africa. And from the technical community in Africa has had a bit of push from stakeholders, internet users, to find a solution to respond to governments. Just so you know, the shutdowns, of course, are always done by the governments. They compel the private sector, the technical community, to implement this. And in 2017, I think, at the Africa Internet Summit, there was a proposal that was forwarded to AFRENIC to have take down IP addresses of governments that are, implementing these internet shutdowns. Of course, as the internet technical community, this was felt that it was a little bit far-reached, the proposal that came from the community, some of the community members. One was that even if, yes, we are saying no to internet shutdowns, we want everyone to connect, but if we say that we take down the IP addresses of governments that are implementing these shutdowns, then this would kind of either further push away people who would be connecting, but of course it will further lead to inaccessibility of the internet, because if you cut off the IP addresses of the governments, and these governments are the ones that are actually providing, they're the ones that are buying the IP addresses, they're the ones that are providing certain services, so you'd be cutting off certain accessibility. But of course, another most recent trend is the one that we are seeing around taxing social media users, and this also kind of, limits the issue of having an open internet for everyone. And we know that in Africa, majority of the users, of internet users, get to first experience internet through social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, Snapchat, and all these other things. So when you cut that accessibility, you are most likely to prevent other people from, getting onto the internet, or even for people to experience that internet to enjoy other, so that once they connect, they can enjoy other, benefits the internet provides. From Uganda, where I come from, for instance, just about this year, this financial year, which begins, I think, July 1st, we had a social media, it's a bill, it's an excise duty bill where our government introduced, I think, 5 cents, to connect to the internet, and you have to first pay this particular tax for you to connect. If you don't connect, then you're not off. So when you put it in the perspective that majority of the internet users are accessing internet through social media, they first get that experience, then they can use other services, then you're most likely not to have people connect, One, the openness is cut off, the freeness is cut off, and then you have this interesting tax. And what's happening right now is there have been pushbacks. Of course, technical community has reacted, saying, if I go back to the issue of the anti-internet shutdown policy that was fronted to AFRENIC, the technical community said, no, we cannot take this. But from Uganda's perspective, what is worrying is that the technical community is kind of quiet on this. And the stakeholders that we are seeing that are pushing against taxation of internet users in terms of, say, social media, that you have to first pay to access these particular social media platforms, the technical community is kind of quiet. One reason is because there's the issue of the policies that are kind of repressive, that if they do not implement this, they are most likely to face hefty fines in terms of paying ridiculous amounts of money or having licenses terminated. So probably they're also getting a bite in this because they have to remit the money to government. But also the other trend away from Uganda, we are seeing that we are seeing more and more countries within Africa adopting the policy that was, started in Uganda. Zambia, for instance, also introduced a daily tax on internet voice calls. Well, it's around 3 cents. And all this is, to raise money. And also Kenya has upped its percentage or taxation on internet data services. So all these kind of put service providers in tight positions to how to negotiate with governments, because at the same time, it's a tricky situation, because at the same time, they want to raise revenue to feed the government, but they want to raise revenue to remain, in sustainable business. So there's a bit of where do we draw a balance? Which side do we fall? Is it to the users or is it to the governments who are, providing us, access into the market? So I'm happy to take on the discussion from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Rian. So from the audience, do you have any comments or opinion or just question on this, the internet shutdown, or like the dialogue between policymakers, technical committee, and also ISPs? Please speak on your mic. Okay, go ahead. Please turn on your mic. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. My name is Benita, and I'm from the DRC, Republic Democratic of Congo. And recently, we've been subject to internet shutdown. with all the political tension that is going on the country right now, it's always internet shutdown. And we've tried to make noise, but we don't see anything. So I'm wondering, how can we reach the internet technical community? Because it's really a serious issue, and we feel like we've been left alone.
Thank you, Lynette. I think, one, in Africa, the technical community is actually listening. For instance, if you speak to Afrinic, they know what's going on in DRC. I forgot to mention that, you know, the number of countries where internet shutdowns has happened, you know, Uganda, DRC, and all these other countries. But like I said, the challenge is we've issued statements. For instance, Afrinic Internet Society has issued statements, and there's this, you know, sort of dialogue. The internet shutdowns, I think the way they are being castigated by the governments is national security, which I had, that is priority number one. And of course, happening around the elections, I think that happened, you know, I think DRC 2016, we know when there were kind of preparations for elections which, well, have not taken place to now. But then there's also this fear of, you know, for people to, you know, to express themselves, because, well, where they're happening, we have this long history of, you know, people who have been in governments for forever, like, say, my president, your president, and all that sort of thing. The technical community, it may be a little bit complicated to activate, you know, to say that we are going to say no to the shutdown. The only success story I can put, for instance, in Uganda was sometime in 2011, government had ordered the telecoms to the ISPs to shut down internet because there were some demonstrations. And of course, they had cited national security as a concern. However, they said, no, we are not going to take this, you know, because we don't feel it's something that is in the interest of the users of our services. What has happened between 2011 to now is we've seen a number of legislations coming up and compelling these people to take action, where if they do not take action, this happens. And I'm sure the same legislation that, for instance, is in my country is the same that is in your country. Right now, the technical community is in these kind of long-term dialogues, trying to see, when we say no to this, how is it going to affect our profitability? How is it going to affect, you know, our, you know, relationship with the governments? And that is where I think, in my perspective, where it is at. However, also, we need to take note that we look at the service providers who is providing internet access in majority of African countries. One is, we have, I'm sure in your country, there's MTN Uganda, there's Airtel, which is from India, MTN is from South Africa, you know, and when you look at that trend, I think there have been internet shutdowns in, you know, in India as well, a couple of times, I think, this year. When you look at other service providers, like, say, Vodacom or Orange, which is Africell, Orange is, you know, a French-based company, their laws are kind of, they may not implement certain measures. For instance, during the internet shutdown in 2016, people on Africell, which is the version of Orange, did not experience, you know, the blockade. They were accessing the services. So it also tells you where the service provider is coming from. So if it's within some of the countries, if it's originating from the continent, like, say, if we say MTN, which is South African, the legislation may be different, and they may be much more probably compelled to respond to the government request than a telecom company that is not based within Africa. But as I can say, the technical community, there's that kind of dialogue. Where do we draw a balance between implementing this and implementing that? And of course, in terms of, say, national security, governments, in their, at times, weird thinking, it is valid, and they can justify this reasoning to the private sector. But of course, there are things that are currently being blocked, like child sex images, that is being blocked. Right now in Uganda, you cannot access pornography. Pornography is being blocked. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's a very complicated situation in Africa. Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan, and also comment from the audience. So, Hiro, do you have any comments from the online, online moderator?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm the online moderator of this session, but I've also be part of the technical community, and I'd like to make some quick comments about the technical community. So, as we mentioned already before, like NIC, every NIC is one of the contact point. But also, I believe that there is a NOG, network operator groups. It's that there is to be a regional operator group, and also national network operator groups will be available in your country or in your region. So. And they had a technical expertise about how do they implement those things, and they know that what is I mean, blocking is not, shutter is not sometimes best, but they know that what is the better way to do that. So I think that they could be one of the contact point. And also, I'd like to mention that the Internet Society, and they had a they're now working on the routing security. It's like ensure that routing is on the internet should be secured, and ensure that no one can hijack someone else's IP addresses, those things. So I think that you can take a look with those documents, or you can contact the ISOC as well.
So thank you, Hiro. So we still okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Patrik Hiselius. I'm a lawyer at Telia Company, Nordic and Baltic Telco. I'm also a board member of the Global Network Initiative, GNI. I had a question to Freedom House, and one of the main themes of the latest report was online manipulation, and you said paid commentators from states, for example. Could you put that in context of the tool which is mentioned as an alternative for blocking, which is counter-narratives, where counter-narratives should be, as it is stated, be an alternative to terrorist propaganda, etc. Can you put that in context of what you explained as a worry for online manipulation, state-paid commentators, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So, so state propaganda, whether that be through paid commentators or through a spread of disinformation, is a serious problem. And I think it really is going to require solutions of multiple stakeholders. And I think that's one of the reasons it's so fitting for this panel. I think particularly in free societies, there is a push to deal with disinformation, with just, posting counter narrative that would then provide more truthful perspective of, what is being said. To which extent that's really effective, I think it's still questionable. I do think that it has effect, but perhaps not as much effect as we would all hope that it would. I think there is an old saying that, by the time truth puts off her pajamas in the morning, a lie will travel across half of the world. And I think that's pretty much, the state of the fact. So, so when we look at some of the fact-checking efforts, for example, like we've seen numerous efforts where, in order to deal with disinformation, there are a number of NGOs and media organizations who are then, fact-checking what is being said, and then they're posting blog pieces or short articles, kind of like, disputing, let's say, the veracity of something that is clearly, disinformation. But what we've seen is that people still like to click more on, on this explosive news, even though if there is a warning that it might not be truthful. So I think that's a problem. So for that reason, I do think counter-narratives as a concept, it's going in the right direction, but it's not sufficient. I think we really need to figure out what it is that compels people to really consume this information. We need to look into some of the psychological, reasonings behind that. Because, I mean, even if we compare this information to nutrition labels, like, for example, people have all the information that certain types of food are bad for them. Like, nutrition labels say that, yet, people choose to eat bad food. So it's kind of similar to that, right now, there are many tools out there that are pointing out, which information is being false, and there are counter-narratives dealing with that. But yet, it seems like that those efforts are having, much more limited effect than we would hope. And I think we need to figure out what the reason for that is.
So thank you for your comment, and thank you, Sandra. So we have about more 30 minutes for part 2, so we're going to move on to the next part. And so before moving on to the part 2, I would like to ask to the participants, so what is your stakeholder? Where are you from? Where are you from the stakeholder? Like, so if you are from is anyone from the government? Oh, a few. There it is. Thank you. So on the technical community, not so much, but yeah, very a few. So business sector, is raise your hand. Oh, just 1, 2, or 3. Thank you. So on the civil society, I think around the majority. Thank you. So yeah, regulator. So it's I'm sorry. I mean also regulator and the government is same thing, same word. Independent. Oh, okay, thank you. So so the next part will be focused on how to build a dialogue between the regulator and the policymakers, and we invite from the commission, like on the Oliver, and so I would like to ask you, so how to policymakers recognize the freedom on the internet, or the open free internet, like how do you think the good impact on digital economy?
So hello everyone, my name is Olivier Bringer from the European Commission. I'm in charge of internet policies and the development of the Next Generation Internet Initiative. We'll have a workshop tomorrow, so I allow myself to do a bit of publicity for this workshop. So before explaining how we take into account the views of the stakeholders, I'd like to just remind what is our stake, what is our position in the European Commission on freedom of speech. So it's a fundamental right. So it is a part of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So this is something we take very seriously. And it has been our position in this forum, but also in general in all internet policies, to support an open and free internet. And this is indeed very, very important to keep this openness of the internet. So the idea is that anyone can connect to the internet, anyone can connect to anyone, and anyone can upload and download the content and the services of their choice. And for us, this is very important to allow the level of innovation that we have seen until now, and to make sure that it continues in the future, and it brings the societal progress and the economic impact, positive impact that it should have. Free speech is also and free access to information is also extremely important. It's a way the internet has allowed to communicate across border, to confront views. It's a great tool for public and private debate, and we are now going to enter into elections time at the European level. So the internet is going to be one of the key platforms to have this political debate ahead of the elections. And it's also a great tool to have unfettered access to knowledge. So in a way, the internet is now a platform for people to get informed, educate themselves, and we want to keep it like that. So we see really openness and freedom of the internet as one of the key characteristics of the internet, together with trust and inclusions. And we have a framework to make sure that this is implemented. So Thomas has already mentioned the net neutrality rules. So in Europe, end users can have the right to access and distribute the information, the content, the application, and the services of their choice. And there is no possibility for internet access providers to ban, to throttle, or to discriminate. So that's at the level of the network, there is this strong non-discrimination provision. I would also mention at an upper level, at service level, the Electronic Commerce Directive, which has put in place a limited liability regime for platforms. So platforms in Europe are not expected to filter content, but they are expected, once they get to know that there is illegal content that they host illegal content, to remove it quickly. And this was important, and I know there are equivalent rules in other parts of the world to promote the development of user-generated content and the platforms that hosted them. And I would also mention, I mean, there are a lot of instruments, but one other important instrument is the one we have which is in the final stages of adoption, is called free flow of data. In Europe, we have free flow of data and GDPR, which foresees free flow of personal data. So the data can flow freely. And I think this is also a very important basic concept to allow freedom of information and freedom of speech. At the same time, we need to protect this free and open internet, and we cannot allow that illegal and harmful content spreads on the internet, or online disinformation spreads, because this would completely ruin the type of debate we can have. So certain safeguards are needed, and we have put in place a number of these safeguards. So I would mention two things. One is recommendation on the removal of illegal content. So we ask operators on the internet to quickly remove illegal content, have in place clear notice and takedown measures. But also we foresee, and this is important precisely to preserve freedom of speech, appropriate safeguards and in the form of redress mechanism in case, for example, the content is removed by mistake. We also foresee that government should put in place effective judicial remedies, as Thomas was mentioning, in case an operator does not agree with the request to remove certain content. And of course that there is always human oversight of automated tools. A lot of the removal will take place with is taking place with automated tools, but we need to have human oversight. Another interesting instrument is what we have done in terms of removing online disinformation. And there we have not followed the regulatory approach, we have followed the self-regulatory approach. So we have agreed last month a self-regulatory code of practice on disinformation for online platforms and the advertising sector. So within 5 months, we have managed to put on the table different stakeholders, and they have agreed on a number of principles to make sure that we keep the internet free from online disinformation. Now we need to see how it works. We need to see that it is properly implemented, but it shows that we can have self-regulatory approach. We can arrive at a free and open internet by collaborating with the stakeholders. And that's one way to do it. And of course, when we do legislation, we do it together with the stakeholders. We organize public consultation workshops, and there is debate. We try to have debate at different stages of the policy-making process to make sure that the views of all the stakeholders are fully taken into account. And obviously, you cannot impose rules without which have so important impact, without properly involving the stakeholders, without properly taking into account their views and how to protect their fundamental rights, including freedom of speech.
Thank you, Oliver. So I think in this room we have several government people and also the regulator. And I would like to ask you, when you discuss so for instance, the content blocking or filtering, like sometimes you have fight with the civil society or also technical community, or you be like if you would like to remove a contents or block some contents or block the contents by DNS or by IP address, you're going to fight with the stakeholders. So what do you feel the barrier for build a dialogue between the policy makers and also other stakeholders? If you have any experience about this, or please share. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Actually, forgive me. I'm not answering your question because I have another thing, which is I think it's important concerning freedom of internet in the EU, and this concerns the voting of Article 13 in the directive for the single digital market. There has been a lot of discussion about this, and this is, for those who don't know, it's provision in the EU law that every single content that is uploaded from every single user in the EU will be censored to scan for copyright infringement, which is, I think it is a major setback in internet freedom. And I would like the opinion of Mr. Oliver Branché on that.
Oliver, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah. So first of all, it's not law yet. So the Commission has made a proposal. This proposal has been presented to the Parliament, to what we call the co-legislators, so the European Parliament and the Council of Member States. And they have made a number of amendments, and the Parliament has recently, back in September, voted on a text which includes a number of amendments. But then the next stage will be that the three institutions get together and discuss and agree on the final law. I think in a way, I would reply to the two questions, so to your questions and to the question of Mariko, sorry. When you use the term censored, I think it is excessive. I mean, the purpose is not that the platform censor user-generated content. What the provision says is that the online platforms are responsible and should make sure they put in place the measures to remove, to take down content that infringes copyright. This is not censorship. This is making sure that intellectual property is being respected. And again, there are and there will be a number of safeguards to make sure that this is not done fully automatically, but there is human oversight to make sure that there is redress possibility, etc. So I would say not censorship, but removing content that is illegal, that infringes copyright. And I think this is to reply to your question, Mariko, I would say I mean, if we want to discuss these issues and arrive at balanced solution, I think we need to have, it's difficult, but I think we need to have a dispassionate debate. We need to really be factual and try, and that's the best way to arrive at solutions which take into account the different requirements and the different constraints of the different of the stakeholders. So I would say this is quite important when we discuss such a heated issue, to try to put everyone around the table and try to have as dispassionate debate as possible.
Thank you. So, you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, on the same theme of privatized enforcement and the need and the strong need for rule of law, where what is illegal or not should not be decided by private entities, I wanted to pick up on the and of course there is everyone in the room, I guess, I hope agrees that there is a need for action against terror propaganda everywhere in the world. But you talked about human oversight and on what is removed, and I wonder how that fits together with the request for, in practice, request for automated takedown. So and a 1 hour deadline for takedown, how does that go together, human oversight and 1 hour takedown limit and automation? Thanks.
Thank you. So,
I can reply, yes.
Okay. So, River, you can reply.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, quickly, because I'm not following the file, so I don't know the details of how this is going to be implemented. But the idea is that terrorist content is most harmful in the first hours when it is posted on the internet. This is where it spreads the most quickly. So the idea is to act at this crucial moment. And so we are speaking here of a proposal for a regulation by the Commission. So it still needs to be discussed with the European Parliament and the Member States to remove very quickly terrorist content and terrorist propaganda. The idea is that the request will come from a public authority. So it's not notice and takedown coming from anywhere. It comes from a public authority, typically the police. So I think there is already a certain sense of trust about the request. And then indeed the purpose is to have it removed within 1 hour. And it will involve human oversight. I mean, it will be there. I don't want to be too specific because I'm not a specialist of the file, but I guess it's a request from the police. It is being handled by people on the side of the operator. So I don't think it would be fully automated. I think there is a huge human dimension in this removal process.
Thank you, River. So I'd like to ask this for the experts in part one. So do you feel some barriers to dialogue, building dialogue, build a dialogue with the policy makers or governments from each stakeholder, and how do you want to improve if you feel any barriers? Yeah.
So from the perspective of civil society, we have a huge problem in some parts of the world where we've seen this trend of closing civic spaces, which means that civil society is being squeezed out of conversations, not just about internet policy, but just generally we've seen governments in much of the world, more authoritarian governments, suppressing freedom of expression and freedom of information and freedom of assembly, which means that civil society is it's not only that they're not brought to the table, but they are actively being arrested for expressing, their views. So in this environment where this is happening, then I think like when we talk to activists in some of these countries, they almost kind of laugh at us when we say multi-stakeholder cooperation, because they will say, well, like there's no way for me to have access to my government at all. In fact, I'm lucky if they don't arrest me if I say something critical of government policies. So I think like that's just a reality that is that many in civil society currently face. I think the second point I want to make is that very often different stakeholder groups are being kind of like grouped all together, but there is a huge diversity of interests in each of stakeholder groups. So we see that with, let's say, the issue of net neutrality. Like when you talk about private sector, like you have ISPs having different interests from media content companies. And I think the similar thing is in civil society. So I do think that it's very important to think about each stakeholder group as being diverse in its own in order to be able to effectively bring everyone on the table. With that said, I did want to mention that we have seen some very encouraging examples of multi-stakeholder cooperation for good. So we've seen that in places like Nigeria with their digital rights bill. And for those of you who are not familiar, it is a piece of legislation that was passed by the Senate in Nigeria that guarantees users some basic rights and access to the internet. And this is something that was initiated by civil society, but obviously it needed to receive support by the government, and it eventually received the support of the private sector. So it is something that is a concrete piece of legislation that can be used as a good example. We've seen that in some other countries, like for example the country of Georgia, when the government decided to institute access to the internet as a part of their new constitution. And again, this came as an initiative by civil society that worked together with government, and then they were able to get support by the technical community. So again, I do think that there are some really good examples, but the bottom line is that most of those countries have such political environments where such multi-stakeholderism is possible, and and unfortunately that's not the case in much of the world.
Thank you, Sandra. So I would like to ask so we need an input from the audience, like it is from each stakeholder. So how about business sector in the audiences? How do you think about this problem? Or technical community? No? Or also civil society, it's fine. Oh, okay. So please, Guy.
So I think this question of policy discussions, you can approach it directly through internet-related discussions, and I think what's important then is to have this holistic perspective, because if it's just one issue you start talking about, like copyright, it has implications for all these other issues. If it's security, it has implications. If it's accessibility. So any discussions about internet needs to not just be focused on one issue, but put it in the ecosystem of the internet, because this is an integrated, interdependent entity, and I think that's where this Rome model is useful. So that's one approach. The other approach, though, is to come to these internet policy discussions through the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, because all governments have signed on to these goals, and so all governments should be, engaged and be open to dialogue around the Sustainable Development Goals. And these goals are not just for the developing world, these are universal goals like combating climate change and gender equality achieving and so on. And people here may know that, or may not know, that there is goal 1610, which is public access to information and fundamental freedoms. Now, like some other goals, for example, goal on gender equality, or goal on education, these are goals that can really impact on the achievement of all other goals Because if you don't have gender equality, you don't have education, it's very hard to see how you're going to have sustainable cities or life under the ocean and so on. So I think that the Sustainable Goal 1610, public access to information and fundamental freedoms, as part of the SDG package and a real enabler of achieving those other SDGs, this really gives a lever to engage governments on internet issues, because how can you have public access to information and fundamental freedoms without an internet that is respecting rights, is open, is accessible and multi-stakeholder? So I think if anybody hasn't tried that, this is really, it's a very important dialogue, and not just for the sake of the internet, but for the sake of humanity, because if we don't have sustainable development achieved, we're just going to see continuing strife, warfare, conflict, and environmental degradation to the point of no return.
Thank you for your comments, Guy. I'm from Japan, and in our environment, lots of Japanese governments and also our business sector set a goal to accomplish SDGs. So, as Guy said, it can be some common sense for different stakeholders, I think.
Actually, it's not in response to you, but I was going to say, considering that we have Patrick from GNI here, and GNI is such a great multi-stakeholder initiative with the private sector and civil society, I guess 2 stakeholders there and some academia, I wonder whether there are any lessons learned from GNI model that we can apply elsewhere.
I agree, GNI being a great initiative, and we work hard with many challenging issues. I think GNI has a huge potential, but it's also difficult to work with 50+ strong organizations. So we need to continue to do good work. I don't really know what the more exact question was. So if you could repeat that to me, maybe I can be more constructive.
Oh, I was just wondering whether there are any lessons learned from GNI model about multi-stakeholder policy discussions on how to best to reach that agreement among different stakeholders on contentious issues, whether that be countering violent extremism or copyright, and all of these are obviously very heated debates where people have divergent point of views.
Thank you. So yes, what GNI definitely provides is a safe space for more open discussions on, as you say, sometimes very challenging issues where very often we see that we have joint interests, joint goals, and when we meet and learn, get to know each other and get to know that we have these same aims, we can get more hands-on to the problems and discuss more constructively. I think that's a big win and something that the GNI provides within the GNI community. Thanks.
Okay, Mine, I still wanted to highlight the issue of multi-stakeholder discussions. On a personal level, what I've observed in our region, say in Africa, is that most of the times conversations around the private sector would be between private sector or technical community and government. You know, the civil society voice or other stakeholders' voices are usually not represented, like Sanya said. And in terms of, say, what GNI is doing, I find that at times most of the conversations that we have kind of, you know, stay more at the global level, and we need to reach out more to the regional levels where there are more threats to the internet. for instance, say in Africa, I'm not so sure how many representatives, say, from the private sector are from, on the GNI, you know, in the GNI network, are from Africa. Because if we could have more of these voices, and then we would be able to, I know from civil society there are a couple of representatives from Africa, but from the business and private sector, how do we get more of these voices to be able to come and engage with the governments? Sorry to put you on the spot, but...
Yes, if I can answer that, of course, GNI is an open organization, open for membership applications, but GNI membership also goes with quite some commitments on, you know, there is a membership fee and there are commitments to undergo external assurance, etc. So we are open for other companies to join, but it comes with commitments, and companies, operators, and OTTs outside of the GNI need to answer themselves if they're ready to take these commitments. And then there is a process for membership application, etc., which contains all of the 4 constituencies of GNI to see if a company is eligible for membership. But a strong idea, of course, with the GNI as such, which you imply with your question, is that the more members, both civil society, academics, and investors, NGOs, and companies, the more we are, the more leverage, of course, there is to address the issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Marian. So I think we have just 5 minutes or 5 minutes left. So I want to move on to the wrap-up, this workshop. So as a wrap-up, I would like to ask the one person from each stakeholder. I would like to ask, so what is the positive effect, positive impact of the free open internet in your stakeholder? And I appreciate if somebody from the audience can speak about this, but if there is none, I want to ask the speakers from here. So do anyone want to appeal the positive effect from your stakeholder? Okay, so just 1 minute from each speakers. Let's do it.
Right, I can start. I mean, for me, right now, representing technical community, of course, when the internet is open, I'm not so sure about the free aspect, free to what level, but if it's open and accessible for everyone, the more profit, the more, you know, operations will go on, and, you know, the more people are connected, the more people connect, the more benefits and, you know, income. But also, I also wanted to mention that there's this global campaign of keeping it on that is current, you know, ongoing from the Internet Society is part of this campaign. So I would just appreciate, you know, everyone to just go to the hashtag, keep it on, and, you know, continue pushing against, you know, internet shutdowns. Actually, right now in Uganda this week, we have, there was a case on the internet shutdown in 2016, and there's a court hearing this week. And so if we can push more and push our government to keep it on, probably other governments can also keep copy if we win this case. Yeah.
Yeah, so, Tanya, you know, stay 1 minute.
Well, for civil society, internet has been essential in the ability to push for greater rights. And we've seen that in some of the most challenging, most repressive environments. So even in places like Saudi Arabia, because of online campaigns, we've seen the right to drive to flourish, for example, or we've seen some of the public authorities being brought to justice. In places like Russia, because of citizens going on YouTube to talk about corruption, we, for the first time, would see actual reaction from the authorities. So we've seen internet really bringing rights and realization of those rights to the next level. But as a result of that, we've unfortunately also seen suppression. But I think I remain an optimist. So I do think that open internet will be essential for our human rights.
Thank you. So Thomas?
Well, I'm rather optimistic as well, and I think the internet is simply the greatest tool for everybody to share and to publish, actually. Anybody can be a publisher, and I'm personally hopeful also that this asymmetry that we see between downloads and uploads is about to change, because I think it's very important that not just blockbuster contents are being consumed by millions, which are identical contents. I think there's a huge potential for more diversity, and I'm hoping the development is going in that direction.
Thank you. So Guy?
Well, I share the optimism of colleagues here, and I think that if we see that the internet is this most marvelous instrument for free flow of communication, and that should be the default setting, then it means that any limitations should be, according to international standards, they must be absolutely necessary, they must be proportionate to the purpose, and the purpose must be legitimate. And so I think it's important to keep making that call, that any limitations should be the exception and should have to be justified. You cannot have a free flow of ideas and understanding and knowledge, free journalism, if you don't put some limitations on any limitations. So any regulators or governments who are wanting to regulate need to look at this value of the international standards, necessity, proportionality, and legitimate purpose.
Thank you. So Oliver?
So I would also agree with the colleagues on the fact that the internet is really a great platform for open debate and innovation, and we need it to have economic growth and to improve the way the society works. At the same time, I think there are needs for specific protection, and I would agree with Guy here that it needs to be necessary and it needs to be proportionate. And when we go into such safeguard measures, we should not go as government in a top-down manner, but we should really involve the multi-stakeholder community and its different constituencies to make sure that we address their worries and we produce better rules or better codes of practices. And I think this is really a joint responsibility. This is something we should do together, and not only. It doesn't only rest on the governments.
Sorry, so from the organizer. So I'm also represent the youth, and so I think to realize the free internet, but we also take the responsibility and also work on the rule making. So I think the multi-stakeholder discussion is essential for this kind of issues. So I would like to continue to seek how to include the business and tech community, and how to connect those stakeholders and the policy makers. And the youth can be bridge to connect each stakeholder, I believe. So that's why I organized this workshop here. So finally, I want to thank you to all of these participants in this room. I'm very glad to include all of you here. So if you have any comments or opinion, please let me share after this workshop. Thank you. That's all.
was just at the GovTech Summit this morning, which I still can't believe what happened. So the keynote speaker was meant to be Justin Trudeau from 9:15 to 9:45, and the previous speaker decided to
like I said, I'm not that an
she had
expert
3
in
minutes allocated, and she
multi-stakeholder
spoke
models, so
for
I will
22
just
minutes.
be asking more questions and just answering
I don't know
questions myself.
if I would keep ahead of the stage, waiting while I speak.
You should.
Okay, I think we're all ready. Okay, good morning, everyone. I think it's the right time to start our session because we've already 10 minutes past the designated time. So this session will be more about history of the multi-stakeholder model, and we also want to talk about how the multi-stakeholder model is practiced in the internet governance field, and we also want to talk about how this multi-stakeholder model can be developed in the future, or how it can be directed towards some other ways than it has been taken so far. So I'm going to introduce you today's panelists one by one. From my left side. So Marcus Kummer. So Marcus Kummer is an internet governance and policy expert with extensive experience in government, especially the United Nations, internet institutions like ICANN, and he was also the board member for ICANN as well. And he also used to work with the Internet Society, and from 2004 to 2011, he worked for the United Nations first as the executive coordinator for the Working Group on Internet Governance, and subsequently the secretary supporting the Internet Governance Forum. So he was there even before the even before IGF came into the reality. And Marcus served as a career diplomat in several functions in the Swiss Foreign Ministry between 1979 and 2004. He is now based in Geneva, Switzerland. And Sandra. So Sandra is the Secretary General of the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, EURDIG, which is the European IGF. She became involved in the internet governance process in 2006 by coordinating Inter Alia, the European Summer School on Internet Governance, which is EuroSIG, and participating at ICANN's at-large advisory committee and the NOMCOM. Sandra's contribution both to the ICANN community and the efforts within the IGF fora and are dedicated to facilitate a collaborative ground for different stakeholder groups and to develop participation process that are open and transparent. In 2017, she was appointed EuroID's Strategy Committee and is, since May 2018, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of EuroID, the registry for the .eu domain. And the next is Aiden. He is a tech policy fellow right now with the Mozilla Foundation, where he is researching the ongoing development and harmonization of global privacy standards and laws. And right next to Aiden is Professor Ko-Wei Wu. Ko-Wei Wu has extensive knowledge in the internet policy matters. Between 1984 and 1987, Ko-Wei Wu worked for Cray Research, and this was the time for him to use the internet. And between 1987 and 1988, he worked for Multiflow Computer Corporation. And between 1988 and 1990, he went back to work for Cray Research again. And between 1990 and 1998, he operated one of the first supercomputing centers in the AP region, and began to deal with the internet and supercomputing policy back then. And he also used to serve as a board member in ICANN as well. And he also used to work for Chunghwa Telecom International. And he also used to work to implement IPv6 policy as well. So thank you for coming, and because this session will be more about the roundtable, we really anticipate you to participate a lot, just coming forward and ask any questions about multi-stakeholder model, even between the panelists here talking about what they're saying. And you can also tell about what's happening in your region, considering the multi-stakeholder model, and really expect a lot from your participation. Thank you. So to begin the session, we just wanted to listen to more about how IGF came to be and how multi-stakeholder model was adopted, considering this IGF. So we just want to listen to Marcus Kummer's history lessons a little bit.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Good morning and hello to you all. I said when we prepared the session I'm not going to give a long speech, and I'm definitely not going to prepare a big presentation, as many of you are long-standing participants in the IGF. Let me just make a few points, and I hope if you have questions or if you think I'm off the track, keep shouting, and I hope to be as interactive as possible. But let me just explore a few areas. First of all, the use of the term multi-stakeholder, look back a little bit at the history, but then also look at the function of the different organizations, and lastly, maybe also have a few thoughts on the role of governments. Now, multi-stakeholder has become a very popular term, and by now absolutely everybody claims to be multi-stakeholder. We have from ICANN, IGF to start with, ICANN, ITU, the World Economic Forum, they all say they are multi-stakeholder organizations. And it obviously has different meaning to different people, but somehow I feel the inflationary use of the term, it's like inflation and money. The more inflation you have, the less value you have of the money, and that also maybe inflationary use of the term diminishes the value because we don't really know what we're talking about. That's why it may be useful to look back a bit at the history. And words, they come and go, and they are fashions. I do remember back in the 1990s, the absolute fashion was PPPs, public-private partnerships. That was then seen as the silver bullet to solve all the problems, especially in development cooperation. And multi-stakeholder was not that much in use, although it was practiced. The big summits of the 90s, to start with, from Rio, opened up greatly to non-governmental actors, to civil society, to business, and that the inclusive character was very much part of the concept of sustainable development, but they did not use the term multi-stakeholder. In 1998, a pivotal year for ICANN, when ICANN was set up as an organization to administer the domain name system, the term was not used multi-stakeholder. It was then used the private sector-led. ICANN was a private sector-led organization as opposed to government-led organizations, to intergovernmental organizations such as UNESCO, in whose building we are meeting today. And WSIS, the Plenipot in Minneapolis, started the WSIS process, and the General Assembly resolutions calling for a World Summit on the Information Society. Again, they did not use the term multi-stakeholder. They used governments, but they should also include private sector and civil society.
So I have a question. So
yes.
Back then, it was more about like multilateralism, what the government was expecting from the internet.
It was set up as a classical summit where governments sit on the top of the pyramid or in the front of the room and the other actors sit behind. And that was very much the discussions we had. I do remember the very first PrepCom of WSIS in 2002. There was a painful exercise in establishing rules of procedure. Some governments wanted to make sure that there was not too much room given to non-governmental actors, and they clearly were sitting in the back of the room. They were given maybe 5 minutes at the end before the lunch break when delegates already started packing up. Then there was some time allotted to civil society or business speakers. They organized themselves very well, and they had their own bureau, and so there was one speaker speaking on behalf of civil society, but they only interfered right at the end. And then during the WSIS process, there were some minor improvements, some innovations. One innovation was actually discussed in this very building in July 2003, that maybe there should be an opening for non-governmental speaker after each agenda item. Instead of just coming at the end of the morning session, that the chair should open the discussion to allow non-governmental speakers to come in at the end of an agenda item, then to the next agenda item, again, governments first. The end of the first phase of WSIS in 2003, that was then a mandate given to the Secretary General of the UN to set up a working group on internet governance, and that clearly said should involve all stakeholders. And there, that working group was able to be innovative, and there all participants of the working group, about 40 members of the working group on internet governance, they represented all stakeholders and they participated as equals. And we then also had open meetings where we interacted with the broader community, and there again there was no hierarchy. Everybody was allowed to intervene as they wanted without having to wait for governments first. And this had an influence then on the second phase of WSIS, which was much more open, and the IGF came out of that and adopted exactly the same methodology.
So you mean that, like, from 1990, there were a growing influence from the private sectors, and they used to they started to play quite bigger roles compared to the previous years, and this kind of like atmosphere was there, but it was only after probably like 2003, this kind of like process, I mean the multi-stakeholder process, officially started to be adopted in the...
Yes, it's also the rules of procedure for WSIS we had adopted were sort of the state-of-the-art rules of procedure, but they were still very classical, government-heavy. With this working group on internet governance, we managed to break up this pattern, and that influenced the second phase of WSIS, and that was also much more open to non-governmental stakeholders. When negotiating the first outcome document of WSIS in 2003, I happened to chair the negotiating group on internet governance, and that was then a government-only group, and there was the CEO of ICANN in the room, but I had to send him out at the request of some governments. He was not allowed in, and that changed completely in the second phase of WSIS, and the mandate then given to the Secretary General was to set up a forum to discuss public policy issues, and that based itself on the model of WGIG, the Working Group on Internet Governance. And if you look at the outcome documents, the outcome document of Geneva 2003 mentions multi-stakeholders 2 or 3 times, but in rather obscure context, whereas in the Tunis outcome document, the Tunis agenda, has multi-stakeholder all over the place, and that was taken from the report of the Working Group on Internet Governance. And when then the IGF was set up, the model clearly was a multi-stakeholder model where all stakeholders participate as equals. But again, the group that is known as MAG, now Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, to begin with was just called advisory group.
So it was not
And then the term was not used. And then by 2008, we used the term multi-stakeholder advisory group as informally it had been used by especially civil society. And from 2008 onwards, also the UN used it in all official press releases. But that is maybe a good segue to also look at the function. The IGF, the function is not an operational function. The IGF is here to discuss policy issues, and the multi-stakeholder format was amazingly well accepted by all stakeholders, including governments. We were slightly apprehensive ahead of the first meeting, but you did see, I remember there was one workshop room where a representative of a government was sitting on the floor because there were no chairs left, which is unthinkable in a traditional UN context, but that was accepted, and most participants felt this open format led to open and vibrant discussions, and that is in essence the success of the IGF, that it allows stakeholders to come together as equals. But again, the IGF has no direct responsibility, has no operational responsibility. ICANN, the Internet organizations, the RIRs, the IETF, they have operational responsibilities. So clearly, they do need more procedure in place than is necessary for the IGF.
So, like, it's definitely younger generation, because I came into the internet governance field in 2016. So somehow it's quite surprising to hear that there was actually no room for private sectors to talk in very lengthy manners back in like 2000 or even before that. So it was only after the multi-stakeholder model has been somehow like officially adopted by the UN system that the private sectors could somehow come into the internet governance forums and talk, was given the equal seats with the government sectors as well. That's what I got to.
Well, this is maybe a slight exaggeration of the situation as it is, but it's just the private sector was always involved, that the rights given to the non-governmental actors were more limited than in the IGF, so to speak. But the point I'm trying to make is it's possible to be so open and loose in many ways as the IGF has no direct responsibility, whereas organizations that have a direct operational responsibility, such as ICANN, for instance, that you need to have more procedure in place. And again, of the organizations, the internet organizations, or the ISTARs as they're known, as ICANN, the regional internet registries, there the question is, they say they're multi-stakeholder, but are they truly multi-stakeholder in the sense, what is the role of governments? ICANN has a very sophisticated model where governments participate, but do they participate as equals? There are some governments who don't like their role in ICANN because they are there in an advisory capacity. They feel we are come in at the end of the process. Now, other people think that the governments have too much say in ICANN because they have, do they have a veto right? No, they don't, but they have a way to influence the board. But that's another discussion, but it is a question you may well ask. It's not like the IGF where everybody participates as equals. In ICANN, the roles are very clearly distributed, and there is a monopoly for policy development, and that is with the generic name supporting organization. And the GNSO is also very jealous of their role. But clearly, ICANN is not government-led. And that, again, brings us back to the origin of ICANN, which was set up as a private sector-led organization.
Okay, because you have mentioned GNSO, and I know that Aiden is very active. He has been very active in GNSO as well. So I just want to pass the mic to Aiden so that he can just somehow talk about how how you think about multi-stakeholder model is operating. In general.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Aidan Verdelin, and I am a fellow with the Mozilla Foundation, and I'm also a counselor on the GNSO for the non-commercial stakeholders group. So I'm very cynical about multi-stakeholderism in general. I don't think it is particularly representative. I don't think it's particularly accountable. I'm not sure it necessarily leads to good policy being developed. I think it can sometimes lead to policy being developed through exhaustion rather than through a reliance on evidence or a reliance on trying to reach the best possible outcome. And I think later when I speak, I'd prefer to speak a bit more broadly than I can and to speak about internet governance in general, because I'm very cynical about the multi-stakeholderism that is practiced within ICANN itself, because I think there are certain stakeholders that have more muscle than others. Governments have muscle by virtue of state power. The private sector has muscle by virtue of financial power, and civil society is simply brushed aside and ignored. And I'm not sure that the institutional setup is really designed to allow all perspectives to filter through versus perspectives to filter through where there may be some kind of benefit to what I would call the not impartial organization that is responsible for ultimately implementing the policy that this multi-stakeholder community develops. So I'm sorry for that healthy dose of realism that I've just added there, because would you like me now to speak useful about just multi-stakeholderism in internet governance?
Just in general.
Because that's something that I would sort of say that I think it's something that is desirable and it's something to be protected for so many reasons. It's just unfortunate that I think a lot of the case studies that we have of where it is applied aren't really great, whether that is because of the lack of accountability, whether that is because of many issues, and increasingly I'm wondering, is it even necessary? And that's a really provocative statement that I've just made there as well. But I think we've seen in recent years that many of the reasons behind resorting to the model simply haven't proven to be true. So I guess there were two classical explanations for multi-stakeholderism. Firstly, that it was this natural extension of the Enlightenment and Jeffersonian democratic principles, this idea that the exercise of political power without the consent of the government is illegitimate. And so multi-stakeholder governance meant that representatives of parties other than governments, be they private sector actors, be they public interest groups, other interested parties, could participate in the policy deliberations that would impact them alongside governments. That's good. And so that's how institutions like ICANN gain their legitimacy to govern. I would argue that they gain their legitimacy in direct proportion to which they facilitate the participation of the stakeholders impacted by the decisions that they make. I guess the second explanation for why multi-stakeholderism came to be was that one can't have a global infrastructure whose interoperability is dependent upon dozens of overlapping rules, overlapping frameworks. It just wouldn't work. And so to ensure that the internet continued to operate at this global commons, these frameworks and policies had to be established in a way that would allow for interoperability, and open and transparent multi-stakeholder processes would facilitate this. There was a traditional solution here, a historical solution that was avoided, which was global treaty organizations. We could have, their regulatory approach would have provided for an overall commonality of frameworks, but they would not have provided for open, equitable, non-governmental participation. And they certainly would not have provided for open, equitable civil society participation. And so for those reasons, we sort of avoided the historical solution. And when I say we here, I really mean non-state actors and in particular civil society. So we, encourage governments not to regulate unilaterally. We encourage them to engage with others through these multi-stakeholder institutions to discuss and come up with solutions based upon shared values, mutual interests. And for a long time, that seemed to be the best approach. But I was thinking about this earlier this year when enforcement of the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation came into effect. And what this really validated was states taking extraterritorial regulatory measures and it working, and enforcement actually happening. And I'm not saying this would work for every state, that every state is going to have the power, but I think that we've now, be it because of fortuitous circumstance or an intentional strategy that we missed 2 decades ago, that we now have proof that state interests can actually be maintained through the creation of regulations that have an internet-wide effect. And that is something that I think is really interesting and worth watching over the coming years, because I think we're going to see a variety of new regulations emerging from states with extraterritorial effect. And certainly as someone who researches the development and harmonization of data protection regulations, I'm not expecting to see any regulations emerge that are radically different from the GDPR. So I think what we've also seen is that there's this real first mover advantage. So the outsized need for stakeholders to comply with the first law that comes to market, so to speak, will effectively preclude other frameworks, be they stronger or weaker, from getting due consideration. And so I think that is also something really interesting. So I'm going to leave my remarks here. I think I made a few provocative statements. Feel free to approach me and to discuss further. But I guess what I sort of insinuated here is that the European Union kind of displaced the multi-stakeholder model with the multilateral model online, and it seems to be working. Certainly a very shrewd approach if it was intentional, but and certainly a valuable lesson in statecraft for all involved.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Aidan, for that, and that is actually quite helpful. I said I was not cynical, but you said you were cynical, but I also questioned whether ICANN is truly multi-stakeholder in the same sense the IGF is, and there are reasons for that. I mean, the IGF is really something sui generis with no direct responsibility, and my next point would have been exactly that. I was going to say, who remembers John Perry Barlow? He used to be the lyricist of the Grateful Dead, but he was also he declared the independence of cyberspace in the 1990s, and there was sort of a strong belief we don't need governments anymore, but now we clearly see governments are back, and the GDPR is a very good example. And in many ways, in the past few years, many have sort of said multilateralism versus multi-stakeholderism, and I would also question whether that is not a false dichotomy. In a sense, the IGOs have clearly opened up to a great extent to non-governmental actors. They recognize the real expertise is quite often outside the world of governments, and that was also clearly what led to the formation of ICANN, as the US government felt an IGO would not be well equipped to deal with a fast-moving technology. But governments are back, but we have not yet quite found the right balance on how to work with governments. They want to jump on the train, that is clear, but we have to make sure that they don't derail the train as they're jumping on it. With that, I conclude, and happy to answer questions.
Okay, so I just want to pass my mic to Sandra, because she has been also working in European IGF as well. So I definitely believe that she has a lot more to talk about all these processes and multi-stakeholder model as well. So how do you think it's actually being practiced within the European continent?
Well, I can really speak as someone who's trying to offer a platform or the healthy environment for a multi-stakeholder process. And first of all, before I also get a little bit critical here, I want to make clear that I really wholeheartedly support the multi-stakeholder model. I think that's the best model to move forward with. It's not perfect, as democracy is also not perfect and not even reality in all countries in the world, but it's probably the form of state that everyone is heading to. And I think for the regulation of the internet, and I also think for regulation of other sectors like energy or climate, multi-stakeholder model should be the model that should be aimed at. But as I said, it's not perfect. From Markus' intervention, I understood the big achievement from the WSIS process was that civil society for the first time was not standing out of the door or outside protesting, but had no right to speak when groups came together and started to discuss the digital future. But now, meanwhile, we see that civil society is the biggest stakeholder group, at least in the IGF. And this has also some backlash because we are missing out other stakeholders. We are missing, to a great extent, the technical community, and we are missing the private sector. And here it is the same as we would miss civil society in the past. If you miss one stakeholder group, the whole module becomes obsolete. And therefore, we really have to strengthen our efforts to involve all stakeholders equally. And as an organizer, I'm asking myself how to do this. Just by inviting them, they are not coming. It has a cost implication, it has time implications. So they decide, am I going there or do I not? And therefore, this call for more tangible outcome is on the table. Personally, I think if we would have an IGF where we negotiate a declaration or something at the end, we would really lose the openness of the debate. Just imagine big companies are attending the IGF because they want to have their little piece in the declaration. Same applies for government. I think this would, on the other hand, push back and silence civil society again. So I don't think that's a solution that we come up with declarations, outcomes whatsoever. At Eurodic we invented, and I'm sorry if I do a little bit promote now, but at Eurodic we prevented those messages. Messages is a rather neutral term. It is a recommendation. It is something that comes out, but it's not something what was negotiated in a way. And the IGF last year started also to produce messages, and I hope they will continue this year, because I really think this is a type of outcome that you can put forward, that you can revisit 1 or 2 years after and see what happened in the past. I think there is still a lot of space for improvement. Then something I also realized when we are trying to reach out to new communities, for instance, insurance sector, banking sector, health care sector, pharmacy, they are all affected by what we call internet governance. But if you go to them and say, you should participate in an internet governance forum and discuss the regulation of the internet, they just don't understand. It's really difficult. And just imagine this term, internet governance, translated into multiple languages. It is really confusing. Sometimes it's totally misunderstood just by the way it is translated. And sometimes, as Markus said already, people have different understanding about multi-stakeholderism and about internet governance. So I personally started to find new words, easier words, that make it easier for those we want to actually reach out to understand. So what I am using at the moment, and I can't really tell you if I will be successful, but I'm saying we are discussing to shape our digital future. It's a bit broader than just concentrating on the network, on the connected computers. It implies also that we are talking about societal questions, about ethical questions. And this is much broader than just discussing the governance, the regulation of a network. So this is one of the efforts I'm trying to do. And then on the issue of multi-stakeholder versus multilateralism, there is a difference. Multilateralism is between 1, 2 or more states. Multi-stakeholder involves all the stakeholders that are concerned. I think both models are justified, and they both have to exist. Sometimes states will, and they will not stop doing so, sometimes state will negotiate, find a treaty, do a contract whatsoever, and this is multilateralism, and this is okay. But some questions you have to address in a more broader sense in the multi-stakeholder model. And Aiden, you just said it's exhausting. Sometimes we achieve results by exhaustion. I know what you mean. I'm also involved in ICANN and know these lengthy debates and processes. But I do see that there are also positive examples. For instance, the way the IANA transition was achieved. This was truly a shining example on how the multi-stakeholder model could and should work. So I'm deeply convinced that it is the best model to move forward. Results that come out of multi-stakeholder discussions will definitely be more sustainable, but they take time, and time is money. And this is the big issue, and this is where we have to probably convince others to participate and to see the need to move forward and not just wait for an outcome or for something to negotiate. It is a societal debate that we have to do, and I used to compare that with the right to vote for women. I mean, not in every country women can already vote. But for instance, Switzerland was one of the last countries in Europe where women were allowed to vote. It took 3 votes before they were allowed to vote. But the societal debate that took place beforehand, that was actually the important part. And this is what we are doing here. We are having a debate, and the results, the outcomes, they will not necessarily be directly connected to our debate because we want to bring that one-to-one in connection with each other, but actually the results are based on the discussion that we are having here at forums like this. And I think that's such an important thing that we should not stop moving forward, but improving and including, or improving by including all stakeholders equally.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Sandra. And we definitely can say that multi-stakeholder, I mean, the term itself has come into the word only maybe 20 years ago, or even like 10 years ago. And we have also like witnessing that still a lot of debates are going on within the academic sphere as well about how we can define the multi-stakeholder model as well. And I definitely think that this model or this term itself is somehow like ongoing like discussion topic. And I want to pass the mic to Koei Wu, professor, because he used to be working in the technical sector, and yeah, he's gonna have a lot of work.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I start from the technical side. In the very beginning, actually, I was in the supercomputing, and the supercomputing actually dealing with networking also. And so I was participating in the networking since 1980s. And I think that Marcus gave a very good, explanation how the multi-stakeholder mechanism inside the UN system, and also some of the ICANN stuff. Let me back to see what is the core issue of the multi-stakeholder mechanism now we are looking for. I think it's very important is what we are looking for, the multi-stakeholder mechanism is open and transparent. Open and transparent is critical and very important. The reason is the open and transparent actually is the whole idea actually came from the very early day of the IETF meeting. There is an engineer, the internet standard development meetings. And this idea actually is try to find out what is internet standard and to be global acceptance. And so that is the idea they always running in the open and transparency. Although at the time they are not talking about so-called multi-stakeholder mechanism, but I think the core of the multi-stakeholder mechanism is built from the IETF the beginning. And then you are looking around that is in ICANN. Basically, ICANN is only in charge of the three major things: the IP address, domain name, and then root server management or coordinations. But if you look at IR, the regional internet registry in charge of the IPv4 policy stuff, basically the regional internet registry IR in the 5 different continents, they're actually running in a membership base. You have to be the membership, and so, but when they are talking about policy, it's open. Anybody can make a comment into the the IP address policy. It's open. You don't need to be a member. You can participate in this policy. So in that case, you can see that from the IETF go to the IR, they always is doing this open and transparent. And I think let me briefing a little bit, put a little bit in more information in the Marcus talk. Actually, multi-stakeholder, this idea is coming into the 1998, because at the time, the many government actually arguing how the IANA is located, how the IANA should be located, and how the IANA should be operations. And somehow, in the United States, the U.S. government at the very beginning, they agreed to go to a new corporation, and particularly outsourcing to the Harvard Law School to developing kind of constitution. Today we call it the bylaw of the ICANN. And at that time, they begin to put kind of the multi-stakeholder into the ICANN bylaw. And that is, I remember there's the famous law professor Lawrence Lessig is in charge to developing this bylaw. And 2 of his students, Andrew and also Jonathan Zitron, is involved into developing the bylaw. And the bylaw of the ICANN actually developing what we see today, the so-called multi-stakeholder mechanism. If you look at the stakeholder in ICANN, you're talking about GNSO, ASO, at the time also have a protocol supporting organization. And then they began to developing so-called individual, the general public, how they can represent their position into the ICANN mechanisms. And so this is a kind of coming back to some kind of the ICANN. And I don't need to go on further regarding for the WSIS and the IGF. That is the Marcus already comment. But only one thing I want to add in here. If I remember in the second meeting, WSIS meeting in Tunis, actually in the government, they are looking at the potential possibility how to locate the IANA or ICANN. They even propose 4 or 5 different models how the ICANN should be belong, inside the UN system or strong related to the UN system. But by the end of the WSIS meeting in Tunis, there is actually no conclusion regarding for the IANA or ICANN located. And so they begin to generate the IGF right now. And in 2005, I think the Marcus already commented that is how the multi-stakeholder mechanism come into the IGF. And I think it's an important thing that the multi-stakeholder mechanism is particularly today. We all know we have a lot of problem in the real world. Just to take one simple example, everybody have an experience about that. For example, like Uber. Uber kind of try to run the global operation. But in many countries, they have trouble with local taxi regulation or policy. And so you can see some of the countries allow the Uber to run their operation or business, but some of the country or city, they say no. And what is the problem? The major problem is because the Uber, the platform, is running globally. And so it's very important. Some of the, one of the panelists are talking about the GDPR. I think that is a critical, particularly if you remember, once upon a time, there's talking about the intellectual property issue is in the U.S. the Congress. They are arguing about how to protect the intellectual property. And also in the EU system, talking about ACTA. The similar problem is because the technology and the platform actually running global, worldwide. But when you're dealing with this issue, maybe only in the is a domestic. But how you can balance the the technology, global technology to the domestic issues, and so this is I think is a lot of things we need to learn. And actually, I think there's one of the major, the issue is, how we can go through the multi-stakeholder mechanism to allow the different stakeholders to come into their voices before the governments set up the policy or set up the regulation. I think there's one of the reasons. And the main purpose of the multi-stakeholder mechanism for me actually means is open, transparent, because, most of the government sometimes it's like a black box, Of course, it's not all, but some of the government actually is quite black box. You don't know what is the regulation, how the policy is developing. And the technical people and business people, they only can have a very slight, understand how the policy developments. And for looking for a better, the coordination into this technology, and also the real world is happening. For example, we see many things happen this day. For example, like artificial intelligence or many different kind of the e-commerce operation. You are getting more complicated or sophisticated system in our business or in our the daily life operation it's getting complicated. You are not living alone into your own hometown. You are living in a small city or a small town, but this global technology is moving into your living room. So how we can work it out to come out with a much better policy to fulfill or to resolve this issue. And I think that might be is a value of the multi-stakeholder mechanism. And maybe the people say that is some of the backdrop of the multi-stakeholder mechanism. I always try to say that, the people, we don't have, usually we don't have really the perfect solution. But what we can do, we actually try to have an optimized solution to resolve the issue, then we're going to enhance or improve. And I think that is the reason we are sitting here to talking about the multi-stakeholder mechanism today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments on how technologies have somehow overcome the world and how it became globalized, and how the government sectors and other private sectors just began to come into regulate all these private sectors and technologies. So what I actually got to understand about multi-stakeholderism is that it can be actually thought of as some kind of evolution of social structure. Just like we got to have some kind of evolution of technologies such as internet, to adapt to this kind of new technologies, social structure also needed some kind of new firms or new structure, new organization to deal with all this kind of new technologies which did not exist before. But because Aiden, you say that you are actually very cynical about multi-stakeholder model, and because you mentioned that actually the government started to play a large role and maybe a larger role. So what do you think about this? I mean, do you think that the role of the government will just grow bigger and bigger, or do you think that it can just maybe rival with private sectors or other stakeholders?
Thanks, Yusul. This is Aiden Bertolin for the record. I think there's a potential for that. I think if we do not fix the multi-stakeholder model ourselves if we do not look at it critically and explore why it doesn't work, or how we can actually improve it and actually improve it. And when I say we here, I mean those who are non-state actors. If we don't improve it, then yes, I think it is very possible that what will happen is that the multilateral model will take over. Now, if you ask me what are some concrete steps that we might be able to take to improve the model, I have a few suggestions that I would like to put forward. And I base these upon, as I mentioned before, I am on the GNSO Council, and the GNSO Council within ICANN managed a policy development process over the past few years for a working group that failed after 3 years. It was simply disbanded after hundreds of meetings, no outcomes, which is not great. But we did do something of a post-mortem afterwards to understand why this working group, the Registration Directory Services Policy Development Process Working Group, failed. And there were a few causes that we identified. One, that there wasn't an independent conflict resolution process in place. And so I shouldn't say everyone, but some stakeholders were prepared to die over certain requests that they wanted, and others were prepared to die over the same issue. And so we simply couldn't move forward. There was gridlock. And so perhaps when we look at ways that we reform the multi-stakeholder model, we need to make sure that there is a way to have some kind of independent conflict resolution, and also to be able to have some kind of independent actor say, make some kind of subjective determination as to whether someone is being reasonable or not. That's a really difficult conversation to have, but it might need to happen. We also thought maybe we need to become better at enforcing deadlines and breaking pieces down into bite-sized chunks, and how can we do that? We also thought about how do you review working group leadership? If you've had a working group going on for several years and there's no system in place to review the leadership to make sure it's functioning, can we fix that? And just to be clear, I'm not insinuating at all that the leadership that that particular working group had was deficient in any way. I don't think that. I think they had good leadership. But just as a sort of ongoing mechanism as the model matures, we do need to make sure that in environments where we're applying the model, and perhaps in a working group setting, if something has not been making progress, maybe there isn't the right leadership structure in place. And then the final thought that we had in our postmortem, which is might seem at odds with the multi-stakeholder model, was also to consider alternatives to the open, bottom-up, participatory model that we had. So in that working group where you had hundreds of people on every call, once a week, for a 90-minute call, it doesn't really allow time for anyone to speak or to make anything substantive. It also allows microphones to be captured. It allows for filibustering to happen. And so maybe there needs to be some flexibility to consider that maybe one-size-fits-all model isn't going to work. There needs to be different alternative models explored depending on the issue. And maybe you don't need every stakeholder to be participating in every discussion. Maybe you need to make sure that you have the relevant voices. How you determine who the relevant voices are, how you ensure representation, that's another discussion. There are no easy answers here. But simply at a high level, if I was to say, if we think about how can we improve the model moving forward, that's something we might want to consider. Because multi-stakeholderism, I think, is not working at the moment as well as it should. But I agree with, and I echo the thoughts of Sandra and others, that it is important and it has to be saved.
Okay, thanks. And I think Sandra might have something to do. Okay.
I'd like to make a comment about, you are talking about the multi-stakeholder mechanism isn't that work. I don't think so. First of all, in the early day, if you're thinking about the government of the international organization when they are set it up of the policy, usually only the government and then might be some of the business sector try to talking to the government and try to understand that. Or maybe they are talking with NGO, the academic or some of the community. But one thing is usually be ignored, it's the technical communities. The point is that right now in the world, right now we are running almost everything running on the internet. So it's critical issue is that internet, if you don't know what you're going to break, then we have to be very careful about what is the internet structure is running in here. So if you look at no matter it's a domestic, national, the government, or international organization, I think at least right now they are beginning to recognize that the technical community is, the information is important. To give, for example, you are talking about the GDPR is one of the issues. So of course, I'm not saying the multi-stakeholder mechanism is going to solve everything, but I think at least it's generally kind of two things is important in this whole, the domestic policy or international policy to developments. First of all, is now and more, the government recognize open and transparency will make a better policy. I think this is the first point. I think there is how the multi-stakeholder deliver the core value to the policy developments. The second of all, I think just I'm saying now the government when they developing the regulation of policy, for example, might be many of you know that many people expecting the 5G. And now the people have to coming back to figure out how you can implement the technical solution for the 5G. It's not like in the early day, you just make an open bid and then resolve the issue. It's many of the things might be not really, you are talking about the policy developing everything based on the multi-stakeholder mechanism, but its core and its value is began gradually to accept it by the regulator to, working on the policy. I think that is my point. Thanks.
Okay, so I heard that there's a question from...
Yes, I have one. It's from Mokaberry. It's from Tehran University. It's a PhD in cyber norms and media. The question is, it's a question and a comment. Hello. Okay. Hello. Cyber norm making and cyber rules must be formed in UN framework by participation of all key stakeholders in more democratic and more transparent and fair internet governance model. Otherwise, how can we trust American internet, okay? Peaceful internet is formed only under UN framework. And the greatest enemy of internet is digital unilateralism and digital protectionism. With this approach that is clearly reflected in U.S. National Cyber Strategy 2018, how other country can trust U.S.-owned internet and what the meaning of norm-making, U.S. unilateralism and nationalist policy will soon lead to internet fragmentation. What must be done?
Maybe we need to listen to the question again. Did anyone catch the question? Okay.
Yeah, this is a sort of question we heard right at the beginning of the internet governance discussions, which was essentially about the role of one government, and that was seen as not the appropriate way of dealing with a global resource. We had long discussions during WSIS, and since then a lot has happened as well. I mean, with the IANA transition, the US government has withdrawn from its oversight role over ICANN and the IANA function, but obviously ICANN is still located in the US, and this is still, I think, at the heart of the comment. That was also very much at the beginning of the debate. Many governments felt then that the internet should be dealt with as a global resource, like most other global resource, by an intergovernmental organization, preferably under a UN umbrella. And that is essentially what we are talking about here. It's not so much multi-stakeholder versus multilateral, it is government-led versus non-government-led, and clearly the internet is dealt with in a non-government-led way by the community and in decentralized organizations and they are adapted to the distributed structure of the underlying technology. The internet is also a distributed technology, and one single organization would be at odds with the underlying technology. ICANN has gained more prominence than the names are more emotional than the numbers, but the same applies to the numbers. And I think one very good argument to defend the existing system is it actually works. And that's how I think the main legitimacy the organizations that are actually running the internet have it from the fact that the internet works. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I heard that there is another question from the floor, so, okay.
Thank you very much. I present myself. I am Nasser Haji, professor of University in Telecommunications, ICT and Economics, and I've been the president of the Plenipotentiary Conference of 2002 in Marrakesh, when at this time there was Mr. Utsumi as the General Secretary, and I am former Minister of Telecommunications and ICT in Morocco. So it's just a question and a comment in the question. You know that ITU, or the International Telecommunication Union, I think it's the more ancient organization, international organization in the world. It was created in 1860. At this time it was International Telegraph Union. Then it became to telecommunications, then to ITU. And it comes something depending of the United Nations, when the United Nations was created first as in 1918 to then 1945. My question is that we have lot of problems in the governance of internet. There are technical problems, standardization and all that, like that was in ITU for telecommunications. You have also juridical or legal problems, privacy and a lot of things like that. You have technical issues like the big data and the artificial intelligence and all that. You have economic issues. You have social and political, cultural issues. And we are just at the beginning of this evolution. It's taking, I followed the evolution of telecommunications and internet, and it was very fast. And we are just at the beginning because a lot of questions are emerging now. So my question is how to have an efficient model. The intergovernmental model, like was the ITU, works for something when there are telecommunications monopolies. Then after there was private sector in mobile telephony and then in internet, and big actors of this private sector. What was tried in Marrakesh, and that was time Mr. Vinton Cerf was present in Marrakesh, the president of ICANN, is how to find something working efficiently. This International Global Forum is very interesting, but it's not working on an operational way. It's just a meeting, a forum, and the question that we have is how to make different stakeholders or different persons, government, organizations, private society, work together for this new society we are creating and building. So it's a huge question, and there is no perfect model, but what we can do is to improve the models and adjust till we find this. And that was the history of telecommunications from the 19th century. Thank you very much.
Let me try. There's a big question. Okay, let me try to from my point of view. I think, yes, basically, the difference of the ITU and also regarding for the ICANN, I think a lot of the people might be a little bit, I try to say clear the ICANN rule. Actually, ICANN only deals 3 things I mentioned about the IP address, domain name, and the root server coordination or management. Regarding for the e-commerce or something like that, is on top of the application is not really into the ICANN schema. Okay. But the point is the development structure of the ITU and also we see today in the internet. The major difference is in the ITU is much like an international organization structure. So if we are looking at how the telephone or telephone system is developing to really go into the worldwide population, we took almost 50, 100 years. The internet is not developing in that way. The internet actually developing is a kind of not centralized. So for the people, if you want to get into connect to the internet, it's getting easier. You don't need to have a kind of the national carrier in the past, in the old day. Today is a telephone company to provide you the service. Any people, if you can get on the internet through whatever channel, then you are part of the internet population. So you can see why the internet population is growing so fast. So I think the 2 different approaches from the telephone and also the internet, they generate a different issue and different questions. Okay, so I think yeah, I agree. Maybe we can talk about, of course, particularly in the ICANN, the people continue talking about accountability issues, and the accountability issue in the ICANN is more than just, the accountable to the supporting organization. Particularly, you want to talking about is how they can accountable to the global user. I think there is a kind of the differences. And in the ITU, we always go through the government and to understand how the private sector or the individuals. So I think this is the 2 major differences in the past.
Okay, thanks. And there was a question from the floor. So, Claudio. Okay, Claudio.
I'm sorry, it's not clear to me whether you're calling on me or someone else.
Pardon? Yeah, no. You can. Yeah, Claudio can go first.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. This is Claudio Lucena, Paraíba State University in Brazil, Foundation for Science and Technology in Portugal. I'm also a community member at ICANN, involved in internet governance, regional forums, and schools on internet governance also. And I was listening to my fellow professor here and stating the existence of the international organization that is there for not more than 150 years. And this multilateralism, this model, we have been patient enough with it for over 150 years, and yet it doesn't solve all the problems it was designed to address from start. And we have been patient enough with that model. Now, multi-stakeholderism, as we know it in these spaces here, are a couple of decades old, maybe 2 decades, in the way we know it. The Internet Governance Forum hasn't been there for that long. And regional movements of Internet governance forums are just starting. So I do acknowledge that we need to have more concrete outputs and results, and I congratulate Eurodig on that, on the message exercise that we had this year from Tbilisi. I do understand that there are financial constraints in that too. There is money that finances this model in the way we want to build it. But the fact of having the voices, even if they are not the most adequate and the most relevant ones at this moment, it's different from the models that we had in the past. Even if we're talking about ICANN, because it's interesting. I share with Aidan the same concerns about ICANN, but I do not share the same skepticism or cynicism about the model itself and the outputs, because I do not see many more other international corporations or organizations whose board sits in front of the community and answers direct questions several times a year. Does that solve all the organizational problems? Far from doing that. Absolutely, right? But this is something different, and we're experiencing something different for a couple of years only. So my call here is even acknowledging the difficulty that we face, even acknowledging the financial constraints on putting that model to work. Let's not lose the patience with the multi-stakeholder model when it's just starting to produce its first results. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Sandra,
I can just echo what you're saying, and to give clarity, the IGF, for instance, we are now in the 13th edition, aren't we? With 13, you are a teenager. So if you look at the IGF with the mild eye of a parent that gives his teenager face strengths to develop, I really can only echo what you say. ICANN is a little bit older, but the ICANN model is slightly different. And for me, that's actually one of the best functioning multi-stakeholder models I know. And I must say, I don't know any others. And I'm interested in if any one of you knows another model where the decision-making capacity is in a multi-stakeholder, because this is the big difference. The decision-making capacity at IGF level we are discussing. We are talk shop. What I said earlier, why I consider a talk shop to be so important. And if anyone has other models of multi-stakeholderism, I would be really interested to learn about. I'm not aware of any. So as for the IGF, think about, we are a teenager.
thank you. And there was another comment from the floor, so could you... Okay. Okay.
I'm Ted Hardy. I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board, which is part of the Internet Engineering Task Force and an advisory board to the Internet Society. I wanted to make two replies, one of which was to the gentleman who was concerned about the mechanisms of the IGF and how they would relate to the ITU. And I wanted to say that there are voluntary technical organizations which are concerned with advancing the Internet, which do come here to the IGF to hear what other parts of the community say. As it happens, my colleague Alyssa Cooper, who's the chair of the ITF, is on a different panel in this particular thing, but I'm sure she would be here otherwise. And I believe that the cooperation among the technical community and IGF and the rest of the communities is an important part of why this as a community and a multi-stakeholder effort works, because different people are willing to come together and listen to each other in ways that might be more difficult if we went and tried to participate in ITU processes. The second thing is I will let the gentleman know that the IETF sits its leaders in front of itself 3 times a year, and we sit in front of our colleagues to listen to whatever concerns they might have and to make changes. And I believe that one of the critical things about the long-term success of the IETF as a technical body is its radical openness. It has no membership, it has participation. Anyone may participate in any effort that's part of the IETF. And you can do that by being part of a mailing list or part of some other technical effort like a GitHub repo. But in all of those cases, there is absolutely no barrier to entry beyond that which is imposed by understanding the technical topic and, unfortunately, understanding it in English. I think that there are methods that the history of the IETF suggests might eventually come into the IGF, in particular making more of the efforts based in Internet technologies rather than meetings. That radically lowers the costs, and it makes possible to sustain long-term efforts throughout a year. And I believe that those are available to us as we try and improve the multi-stakeholder process that we see before us. Thank you for your attention.
Hi there, my name is Colin Curry. I just wanted to briefly respond that there are quite a lot of multi-stakeholder initiatives in other sectors. So everything from disaster response to environmental management to World Health, or even airline slot management is an example of multi-stakeholder decision-making processes. So I think that it's really important that within internet governance spaces, we don't consider ourselves too unique, because we might lose the opportunity to take lessons learned from other sectors and apply them here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And I think that's really an important point, because we're actually like, the panelists were actually just trying to find out what there are some kind of like other multi-stakeholder models can exist outside the internet governance. And I think that's really important to know that like there is some kind of like other field in which multi-stakeholder models started to exist and started to function very well. And I also thank for the chair of IAB as well, and I really agree that this IGF just started to function. I mean, and because we all agree that like IGF somehow lacks the potent of decision making, but we also know that this kind of conversation is really important. Like this is an actually very critical process, because we can just all different stakeholders can actually understand what kind of like problems are going on outside their own interests. And I think concerning that, this IGF is really an important place to talk about all these issues, to make the internet open and transparent. And is there any other comments? Yeah.
I'd like to echo the previous, the floor talking about it. If I remember in the 2003 and 2005, the WSIS meeting, I go to the WSIS meeting, and I think many of you might know that. The session actually running in the morning 9 a.m. to the 5 p.m. And that is only the delegate have the most of the time can talk. And if I remember, in the morning session and the afternoon session, it's only 15 minutes for the rest of the peoples. So that means many of you are sitting here in the old way of the WSIS meeting. Actually, you cannot get a microphone to talk. And I think that is at least that is one of the key value of the IGF, the multi-stakeholder model, to allow the people in the equal basis talking about your point of view no matter what issue is. And of course, we understand that is the issue in the internet right now is so many and so complicated. And every government is, no matter the domestic or international, is a face it. But I think at least the core value and they begin to, get into the policy or regulation process. I think at least one of the successful of the multi-stakeholder mechanism is in place. That's my personal point of view.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's the right time to wrap up this session. Thank you all for your comments, and thank you all for coming here to talk about your opinions. And I just want to echo what Sandra has just said, that like IGF is just it has just begun to experience its, what was it? The teenage period. And I know that there are a lot of like similar sessions are going on in IGF this year, and I also know that NRI session is also going to be about multi-stakeholder model, and I really wish that there is some kind of more talks about how multi-stakeholder model can be developed and can be further implemented in the IGF field. Okay, thank you all for coming. It was really a great introduction.
Hello. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and colleagues. It is our honor to welcome you to the open panel or open forum on the high-level panel on digital cooperation. My name is Jovan Kurbalija. I'm the co-lead of the Secretariat of the panel and Executive Director. And I'm really honored today to be accompanied with Minister Nikolai Astrup and Kati Maligan, members of the panel. And we have also Nanjira Samburi connecting from Kenya. The main purpose of today's open forum is to brief you about the panel activities, to answer most of your questions. I'm sure that there will be new questions that will be raised during the discussion, to increase the understanding what a panel is aimed to achieve, and to hear your inputs how we can proceed with our activities. Now, I will start just by recapitulating the main information about the panel, and then I will pass the floor to our panelists to brief us about various aspects about panel discussions. The panel was established on 12th of July by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. It is chaired by Jack Ma and Melinda Gates. It has 22 members. Some of them you know, like windsurf. Some of them you don't know, and this is the new reality which we are facing in digital space. We have new members from the communities dealing with blockchain, like Kati. We have new members from AI community, from data and other spaces where digital issues are addressed these days. And this is one of the underlying messages that in addition to the main space, which is our Internet Governance Forum, we have more and more discussions in other policy spaces. If I can just rephrase the famous saying by John Lennon, digital cooperation is what is happening while we are discussing digital cooperation. And digital cooperation is happening in many places, in international organizations, in technical associations. And one of the main aims of the panel is to try to connect various dots, to overcome policy silos, to increase the understanding about digital policy. Secretary General asked us to act in a humble way, to listen, to engage with communities worldwide, and to avoid the creation of the new bodies or mechanism when it comes to digital cooperation. We have to see how to make existing bodies and mechanisms more efficient. The first meeting of the panel was held in New York at the UN headquarters. The next meeting of the panel will be held in January in Geneva, and the report with recommendation is likely to be issued in mid-May 2019. One of the unique features of the panel, and I will close my introduction with that, is that we are trying to engage so-called implementation champions, people who can contribute to our deliberations, who can propose various recommendations, and later on work on the implementation of those recommendations. This is open for all communities worldwide. This is also open for our panel members, and it is probably the best introduction for the Minister of Development of Norway, Nikolai Astrup, who has been taking a few issues which he would like to see being implemented definitely by Norway and other development agencies. Nikolai, please.
Well, thank you, Jovan, for the introduction. I'm really honored to be part of this panel. And as Minister of International Development, my starting point is how can we reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030? I believe that digital cooperation is going to be key in order to achieve the SDGs, and also in accelerating development towards the SDGs and helping us ensure that we can reach them by 2030, and also make it more possible to fulfill our promise of leaving no one behind. So closing the digital gap is going to be very important. Within the panel, I'm co-chairing a working group on inclusive development and capacity building with my colleague, Minister Bogolo Kenevondo from Botswana. And I will use my brief intro today to narrow in on a topic where I see particularly strong potential for more collaboration and multi-stakeholder engagement. When I look at the international development landscape, some of the initiatives that really stand out in terms of scale and impact are built around digital public goods. By digital public goods, I mean digital technologies which can easily be scaled and adapted across countries due to their licensing, design, and relevance. Now, Norway is involved in funding and implementing several digital public goods together with international partners. The most prominent is probably the Health Information System Program with its accompanying DHIS2 software. This software is today being used in more than 100 countries with a global footprint of 2.3 billion people. The core element behind the success of the Health Information System Program is a governed open source approach with a relatively simple generic core software in combination with extensive local adaptation, capacity building, and community building. More than 4,500 people from all over the world have been trained in using DHIS2, and as many as 50 PhD students have graduated within the Health Information System Program. Norway is also funding highly scalable and relevant interventions within early grade reading resources, and soon also weather data. But what we are directly involved in is just the tip of the iceberg. During my many international travels, I frequently come across new examples of digital public goods. UNICEF Innovation is working on a platform called Project Connect to improve internet connectivity for schools globally. The World Bank's Identification for Development program is working to scale digital identity systems using the modular open source identification platform, MOSIP. And there are, of course, open source initiatives built and driven by non-development stakeholders, such as the Wikimedia Foundation and the Mozilla Foundation, as well as technologies released under open licenses by large tech companies, such as Google and Facebook. We are, for instance, benefiting from Google's material design in our work on open source, early grade reading resources. These are just a few examples of digital public goods. And personally, I have no idea how many others exist and how to link them to today's greatest development challenges. And I imagine that this is also the case for many organizations and individuals in low and middle income countries that could benefit the most from these digital resources. I have therefore initiated a multi-stakeholder process to ensure that digital public goods can more easily be created, discovered, and used, in particular by institutions and individuals in low and middle income countries. The aim is initially to develop a prototype for a platform to discover and engage with digital public goods. And I have asked UNICEF Ventures to lead on the prototype, given their relevant experience. The longer-term aim is not only to identify the digital public goods that exist, but to attract more investments and community and capacity building in this space. One important reason why more than 3 billion people are still not online is a lack of perceived relevance and a lack of trust in the internet. I hope that interaction with user-friendly digital public goods, where content is relevant and in languages users know, and where licenses allow for adaptation and even commercial reuse, can help build trust through agency. In defining digital public goods and establishing principles for collaboration built around them, we are leaning heavily on the work led by the high-level panel. And I would like to invite you to join us in this process moving forward. Please let the panel and me know if you are interested in taking part in the digital public goods work as it progresses, and then we will connect you with the UNICEF Ventures team. So thank you, Jovan.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Astrup, thank you, Nikolai, for highlighting the various aspects of the approach to the digital public goods, and in particular by highlighting the importance of collecting the stories, success stories that exist worldwide in this field, and making a link to the interplay that this discussion will have with the panel's work, built around values and principles and mechanisms for digital public goods. Our next speaker is Kathy Mulligan, who is coming, Kathy, if I'm correct, from mainly blockchain community or distributed ledger community. And digital disruption. Digital disruption, that's better definition. Kathy, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone, and it's also a great privilege to be here and serve on the panel. I am leading the group that's looking at data. And as everyone here is aware, the data is now becoming an extremely critical part of our economy, but it also raises some quite serious issues in the way it gets used. So some of the questions that we are investigating, and we encourage anyone here who would like to join with us to contact the panel or myself, is what sort of social, legal, economic issues pertaining to data require improved coordination, and what does successful coordination look like, and what are those key elements of successful coordination, and how do we work together to deliver on some of these initiatives. Secondly, we're also looking at how can privacy, security and other public interests be ensured while data supporting the development of data-driven technologies. So effectively, how do we ensure the privacy and security of these solutions while ensuring that we also continue to enjoy digital technologies and the economic growth that those bring? And some of the sub-questions we'll be looking at are, what are the best practices in breaking down silos? I think many people who have been involved in government previously have noticed that sharing data across silos is an extremely difficult piece of work. And what are the best practices for helping breaking down silos, both internally and externally to organisations? But also how we can balance the protection of citizens with the need to provide security, for example, or privacy in a continuously emerging digital world. So what are the methods, frameworks and reference points that we have that we can use? And one particular piece, I think, is also to properly address a sort of reduction in the hype cycle around technology. When is it appropriate to use it, and when is it actually just really boys with toys, if I may say so? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. And now we will hear from Nanjira Sambuli, panel member. She's based in Kenya, and she will connect remotely. I hope technology is in place. Can we hear from Nanjira?
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes, perfectly. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Good day to all. I am looking primarily at the topic on human rights and human agency in the digital age, but not as necessarily a standalone, but something that is embedded in all the discussions we are having on the panel and on the topic of digital cooperation. And as has been noted, really it is an opportunity with this panel to bring a fresh perspective to this, if you will, age-old problem of how human rights and human agency are actually respected. We are looking specifically at how digital technologies and their developers align their work with the topics of human rights and human agency and the balancing of private rights versus public goods and assessing the impact of technologies on human well-being. I'm very keen on making sure that this topic is not considered an afterthought, nor just a punctuation in statements by actors in the digital domain. How human rights and human agency is factored in is something that we are considering in how to emphasize it, right from the design to the implementation and rollout of digital technologies. The importance of accountability by all actors involved in designing technologies is paramount. And as was noted in a note by civil society actors to the high-level panel, indeed, cooperation cannot be code for avoiding accountability and the inevitable conflicts of interest between stakeholders necessary to uphold human rights in the digital age. Now, the challenge and the opportunity here, not only of enforcing human rights law in digital contexts, is that this is primarily a political issue, and how we stimulate and turbocharge the political will to actually implement and enforce human rights law across the digital domain. And perspectives on how this can or has been done will be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nanjira. We have now, before I open the floor for your questions and comments, I would like to invite Chengetay Masango to tell us a few words about the interplay between IGF and panel. The IGF is very kind to host today's open forum, and there will be quite a few interesting activities where we'll be involving the IGF members into providing inputs for the panel deliberation. Chengetay, please.
Thank you very much, Jovan. Yes, the IGF Secretariat and the Secretariat of the High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, I think we've had a long-standing since the beginning of cooperation, since both our offices are based in Geneva, or at least half the office is based in Geneva. So we have been helping each other out, Secretariat to Secretariat. And also we've been using our existing IGF networks to publicize and help the high-level panel connect to stakeholders. This includes the national, regional, and youth initiatives for the country-level contact and the regional-level contact, and also the regional IGF face-to-face meetings like the Asia-Pacific meeting. That we've had contact to. And I think, Jovan, you also spoke to the African IGF, correct? The meeting that was held at the African IGF. And at the this IGF 2018 meeting, for all the session holders, we do have a section from their reports, because all session holders are supposed to report back to the IGF Secretariat. So in this IGF meeting, we have asked a number of questions for each of the issue areas covered during their session, whether it be e-commerce, cybersecurity, AI, to provide input on issues concerning digital cooperation. For example, what are the values that the digital cooperation should aspire to? What are the principles that digital cooperation should follow? And we'll continue to collaborate. And I think also this initiative is also very useful to see how we can improve the IGF. And we're looking forward to the outcome of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chengeta, and we're really honored and pleased to have today with us Mr. Stefan Schweinfest, Director of the United Nations Statistical Division from UNDESA, who has been very, very supportive of our activities. Thank you, Stefan, for joining us. I think now we will open the floor for your questions and comments, and this is the best way that we develop further understanding of the panel's activities and also to hear about your expectations and your inputs about the panel. The floor is open for both participants here in the room and the remote participants. Well, let's see who is going to be the first. Okay, could you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Adel Suleiman. I'm with the African Union Commission. I think at the African Union Commission we welcome this initiative, and we just want to make sure that given the timeline, and this is going to pose some difficulties in terms of achieving a more inclusive document. So in that context, I would like to hear from you what is being done in terms of consultation with Africa. And we are ready at the African Union Commission to host any sort of workshop to get some engagement from African member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us collect a few questions and then we will answer them in benches of 3. Another question or comment? No. While you're preparing your comments, let me answer this question. Ali, it was great to address your meeting, African IGF, last week, which was held in Khartoum. Thank you for your invitation. And that was just one signal about the importance of the consultations that we need at the African continent and involvement of African stakeholders. In addition to general activities, in engagement activities, which are the online consultations and discussion groups, we plan to hold an event in Benin on the 15th of January with different stakeholders from African continent. There are also some discussions about few other events in Africa, and what you just said is fully understood at the panel, that there is a need for special efforts to involve African stakeholders in discussions on digital cooperation and digital policy in general. stakeholders from definitely governments, civil society, business community, local communities. Therefore, we are looking forward, and we will be having a meeting with the African Union Commission and other stakeholders during this IGF in order to plan additional activities, in addition to this meeting in Benin on 15th of January and the online consultation that we'll have with the stakeholders from Africa.
Well, just a quick comment also from me on this. I think it's very important that we have broad consultations, which is what the panel secretariat has also, I think, done a good job at facilitating that kind of consultation, which we are also engaging in today. And not least from my perspective, I believe that the involving developing countries, and especially countries in Africa, is crucial if these countries are to benefit from the huge potential that lies in better digital cooperation as we go along. So, any input that the Commission might have would be great on how we can make sure that we have a broad consultation process that gives the best possible result.
Thank you. Nikolai Nangira, do you have any comments on this question? On possible involvement of African civil society in this process?
Yes, absolutely. And as really has been mentioned, these consultations and these call-outs for input need to be amplified by all and possible networks, while also factoring that a majority of civil society and citizens may not even be online. So we are trying very hard to make sure that their perspectives are also brought on board. And so therefore just re-emphasizing that we are willing to listen and we're willing to be pointed to the right direction to interact with people on this topic.
Thank you, Nangira. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador Thomas Schneider from Switzerland, please. Thomas.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. First of all, thank you for coming here. I think it is very important that this panel that is far away from some people in their perception is coming to the IGF, is engaging in a discussion with the community here present at the IGF to convey your views and expectations about what the panel is supposed to achieve, and also get the feedback of the people here present in order to hear or feel what the expectations are on the panel, on the work of the panel. With regard to our government, we support the panel. We have always supported it since the beginning, because we think that it is important that we progress to what you may call a next level of cooperation on digital issues. There's already a lot of cooperation going on between different stakeholders. It's not always visible. There are many things that are done that could be replicated, or at least others could learn from things that are ongoing, but people just don't know. There are so many meetings and so many different tracks and issues that are worked on by so many institutions that it's difficult to keep track of this. With regard to our expectation or our hopes about what the panel could achieve, for us it is less the actual discussions on the substantive issues where cooperation is taking place. What we hope, because the issues are being discussed in hundreds or probably even thousands of fora by thousands of people that are working on several areas in various forms of cooperation. What we hope to achieve is to help us all to have a more, let's say, structured, more visible, more inclusive system of cooperation that the panel may foster and help to develop. So in our view, it's given the limited time and the limited resources that this panel has, which is supposed to come up with a report containing some recommendations next year in around April, if I get this right. What we would like to see the panel focus on is focusing on principles and objectives, but mainly on modalities of cooperation based on the experience of hundreds and thousands of cooperation activities in various fields that are there, that the panel would try and distill some of the, let's say, success factors or even factors of failure as negative experiences that may also help. But in the end, we'll try to focus on how to better shape modalities of cooperation that in the end, the cooperation that is ongoing can be improved, enhanced, made more efficient, so that everybody profits from the resources that are there in various institutions, and that no one is left behind. So in our view, it is really key to develop some mechanisms, methodologies, factors that could serve as a guideline or as a blueprint or whatever you call it for a next level of cooperation on digital issues, because we'll have to step up, because the opportunities and challenges will be bigger and bigger every year with AI and all the buzzwords that we are that keep us busy. And with regard to our experience on principles and modalities, what we've experienced is that, for instance, consensus orientation, that you try to take everybody on board, everybody support a particular cooperation activity, inclusiveness, that all those that are affected, that could seize an opportunity or that may be affected by side effects or don't even know that they are affected by side effects of a particular action, should be brought to the table. So to have a system of cooperation that gets everybody on board, gets everybody at the table in an inclusive way, tries to take action on a consensus-oriented basis, action that would allow for some diversity, because not one size fits all, as we all know, but that means that you would need to allow for some diversity according to regional difference, cultural differences, and so on and so forth, while keeping activities interoperable in a way that they serve the same goal and do not contradict each other. So these were elements that we hope we would see in something that could be a blueprint for digital cooperation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for Swiss financial, political, and intellectual support. You outlined quite a few ideas in this architecture that panel adopted at the first meeting in New York to focus on values that digital cooperation should aspire to, principles that digital cooperation should follow, and mechanisms and modalities that digital cooperation should use. And you outlined some of already few principles: inclusiveness, diversity, consensus building as important elements among hundreds, if not thousands, of digital cooperation examples and mechanisms that we have worldwide, from global public good to data to discussion on cybersecurity and other issues. Therefore, this is one of the panel's aims, to collect what already exists, what is the wisdom that has been gathered in this space, in IGF space, in other spaces, and to build on this wisdom and to move forward this discussion while having broad support and inclusiveness. We have a question. Okay. Oh, Sandra, please. Please, go ahead. No.
Okay, Sandra Hoferichter from the EuroDIC, the European IGF. I just learned that the outcomes will be ready, the recommendations, by May or so. And in this respect, I'm wondering, how will you evaluate your recommendation? How will you revisit them after 1 year, after 2 years? What it's actually, or how they will be used by the private sector, by the community, etc. I could think that the national and regional and also the global IGFs are a great forum to look at the outcomes, to revisit them, if the recommendations that you will make if they are followed, if not, why not, what works not. And I would actually invite you already to the EuroDIC, because this might be the first opportunity to publish these, or to get a greater forum to speak about, get input on the recommendations. Of course, that's not the time to evaluate them at the moment, but a year later or 2 years later, and this might probably also help the IGF movement to keep track on a certain process and revisit one topic from 1 year to the other in terms of intersessional work and these things that are under development. I would just like to emphasize that and that Eurodic might be a first attempt to represent your recommendations?
Sandra, definitely Eurodic is both inspiration for some of the mechanisms, because as we know, Eurodic developed quite unique mechanisms in building the agenda and inclusion of different actors, and also the venue where some of the recommendations could be tested or implemented. Formally speaking, we are going to submit the recommendation in late April, beginning of May, to the UN Secretary General. This is what is the formal requirement. But what we have been hearing from Mr. Guterres and other officials involved in this, high officials involved in this process, is that we will probably offer this recommendation for the implementation to different stakeholders, in particular stakeholders who contributed to the building of the recommendation during the consultation process. And Eurodic is definitely one for, in addition to the African IGF and other regional and national IGF, as a place where recommendation could be implemented, tested, revisited, in the spirit of agile policy making. This is one of the approaches at the panel that we would like to also promote agile policy making, where you can test some solutions, get the feedback, and improve the processes further. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheetal, and I'm a program lead at Global Partners Digital. And I want to thank you for for organizing this session, but also for, in general, the commitment to outreach that you have showed throughout the process. And I have a few comments to make, just drawing on deliberations or rather discussions that a group of more than 10 civil society organizations and academic institutions or research institutions concluded or discussed yesterday when we were discussing how we might contribute to the panel's deliberations. And so we would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the following values that we believe should guide digital cooperation, and those are transparency, accountability, non-discrimination, equality, diversity, responsiveness, and security. And then in terms of the principles that should guide digital cooperation, we would emphasize fair process, a collaborative approach, a bottom-up approach, inclusivity, and consensus-based decision-making, or at least a commitment to empathetic engagement with other communities. One thing that really came up in our discussions is that we would really urge the panel to consider, refer to, and to build on previous relevant initiatives that have already emphasized these values and principles, and it's encouraging to hear that that's already a commitment that you've made. Well, some of the initiatives are, for example, the World Summit on the Information Society, the Net Mundial initiative, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, among others, and we'll be referring to those in our contributions. So lastly, I'd like to say that we would emphasize as well that these values and principles should not only guide digital cooperation, but also the panel's deliberations. So, for example, it would be interesting to hear how the panel is intending to ensure transparency and accountability in terms of how the various inputs into the process are reflected in the final report and recommendations. So thank you, and we look forward to engaging in the process going forward.
Thank you for the input from the civil society and the research institutions. And you already outlined quite a few concrete suggestions on values and principles. We will pass this comment to the panel members as input from our consultation session. And we would like to invite you also to submit your official contribution by the end of the month, 30th of November, which is the deadline, the first deadline for submission of official contributions, which will constitute the first synthesis report. Synthesis report will be input for the panel members for the January discussion, which will be quite important for shaping the first draft of the report. When it comes to transparency and inclusiveness, this is approach by default, except the events like the panel meeting itself, which is held among the panel members. But immediately after the panel meeting, we had a briefing, 3 or 4 days after the first panel meeting, which we provided information about the discussion during the panel session. Transparency will be also supported by official by the collection of the contribution that will be available at our website. If the contributor agrees, they will be made public. We also plan to comment and to provide the feedback. These days, as you know, there are many invitations for communities and individuals to have their say. And it could be sometimes frustrating to not to have some sort of feedback. Therefore, we'll put quite reasonable efforts to provide feedback for all contributions which are provided in this process. When it comes to transparency, we have the town hall meetings. I just returned from China, where we had 3 town hall meetings at universities in Beijing, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. And we are planning also town hall meetings at the universities worldwide, local communities. And we would like to invite you to be part of this process. Digital changes are affecting most of us, and we have to move beyond our usual circles and to hear from the other communities, what do they think about digital future and digital cooperation. This is the sort of summary of transparency and inclusiveness aspect of your question, which I would say was the most specific, in addition to your excellent contribution about values and principles. Please. Yeah. Would you like to, Nanjira, would you like to comment on this question also, Nikolai and Kathy, please? Reflect, yes.
Well, just a quick comment from my side. I think the values and principles that you mentioned are very much in line with the thinking of the panel. We had a big discussion about those issues at the outset, and I think we all agreed on the general approach to the panel's work, and I have to say that the submission that you just made is very much in line with, I think, the whole panel's thinking on this. As to the previous intervention, I would say, though, although the panel's formal work will be to submit a report in April or May, this is, of course, for all of us, not the end. It's just the beginning.
Thank you. We have a question from, please, go ahead.
Me?
Yep.
Thank you. I am Renata Aquino Ribeiro, MAG member from the IGF, and I would like to thank the HLPDC for accepting an invitation to come and participate on the main session, Human Rights, Gender and Youth Tomorrow. Madeleine McSherry, I don't know if she's here. She will participate. She's here. Hey, hi. So she will be speaking at the main session. It took us quite a while to get this arranged, but it's important that the panel is open to these dialogues, and the IGF has so many intersectional activities. The BPF Gender could also use some dialogue, and the others, the DC Gender as well, sessions which are coming up, which I'm mostly involved in. But yeah, I would just like to thank that, and I think this is a way to go. Creating dialogues should be not only on the events, on the on-site events, but on the online work that the IGF does, which is all year long, such as the HLPDC discussions continue online for a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Romina. Yep. Nanjira, that's always difficult with the remote participants. We don't see you in the room, but please join us with your comments.
Sure, and I actually do want to notify the room that there are some remote comments that I do see that should be brought into plenary. But I think to the points that was raised, whether it's from values, principles, modalities, and all that, if you think about these as the what, the question is the how, and this is really, I think, where we're trying to bring in a new perspective. What has worked, for instance, in embedding the idea of transparency in any other domain? What has worked in trying to enforce certain principles and values? I think we're really trying to draw from those insights, as we call them, illustrative action areas, to show how they can be translated to the space of digital. I think many in the room will agree that we're not keen for yet another re-articulation of what has been said, and particularly when it comes to the topic of human rights and human agency. I personally am very interested in seeing examples and stories from all sectors around how these topics have been mainstreamed and how enforcement can, has, or could be done.
Thank you, Nanjira, for highlighting the how aspect. Kathy, would you like to? And Nanjira, since I don't know who is the remote moderator in the room, do we have remote moderator in the room? Yes. Okay, that would be great to hear your comments. And then
that's exactly the point. Not the moderator. I don't know where he is or where she is, but I can ask the question. So the question is from Mokaberi. So how digital cooperation is possible without digital trust in international level? The greatest enemy of digital cooperation and Internet of Trust is digital unilateralism and digital protectionism. With this approach that is clearly reflected in US National Cyber Strategy 2018, how other countries can trust us, US own and control Internet, and what's the meaning of norm making? US unilateralism and nationalistic policy will soon lead to Internet fragmentation, and what must be done?
Thank you. I think that the question of trust is one of the underlying issues behind the discussion of digital cooperation. Secretary General highlighted the problem of deficit of trust in his speech at the UN General Assembly, and we will be focusing on the track on digital security and trust, but also in all other activities. And the conversation that we are having today, engagement with communities worldwide, are the ways how to build the trust. There is no magic in building the trust. It's a question of fair, open, engaging relations, listening carefully to the inputs, following on the inputs. As I indicated, this question, have your say, could be counterproductive if we don't do something with your say. Therefore, those are small building blocks that the panel plans to use in order to build the trust in our modus operandi, and of course to contribute to the building wider trust in digital cooperation by involving different communities and stakeholders. Nikolai or Kathy?
Yeah, maybe I can just make a comment about the, going back to Nanjira's point before mentioning trust. There is, so the principles that you mentioned were excellent, and one of the issues that I think is, personally is a bit of an issue, is we have potentially very good examples of where those things have worked, but I think there's very poor dissemination of those across a lot of the digital community. So if you talk to developers or very large-scale companies, quite often they are even oblivious to the human rights declaration. So, you know, working out ways of how we can communicate and get more inclusion from them as well in those discussions would be extremely useful. And then, as regarding trust, yes, it's an extremely important point, and I think that Giovanni, you made the important point that it's actually more about people than it is about the technology. So if we,
it's great to hear from blockchain experts.
Well, yeah, I mean, blockchain. Well, we can talk about that another time, but I don't think it creates trust as such. But yeah, it's all about the people.
Thank you. Okay, Nanjira, any comment from your side? Good.
I mean, again, these are, the reality is we are contending with technological realities against very complex political contexts. I've always asked, what are there hacks? Are there technical hacks to political will? And I think the answer is not. So really, these are the questions. I don't think that we are going to try and postulate that we will have the answers, but we are positing these questions because we do want to hear from everyone on whether even at hyper-local levels there are promises or stories of change and hope and promise in having these things not just be articulated, but being enforced.
Any other comment or question? It seems that we explained quite well what are the main aims of the panel and how we are going to move forward. We are looking forward to your inputs, your comments, your suggestions, and I will pass the floor for a few concluding remarks from the panelists. And with that, I would like to invite you to join us to consult with Madeleine here, Claire, our colleague from the Secretariat, and to find ways and means to involve your communities, your universities, government departments, civil society organizations in this discussion. Nikolai, please.
Well, thank you, Jovan. And we're returning to my original topic that I mentioned in my introduction. We would really like your inputs on the digital public goods agenda. So please do reach out if you have ideas and inputs to that process. I believe that can be truly a huge contribution to the transformational change that is needed in order for us in common to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And in terms of the input that we have gotten today, I think it's the values and principles that we base our work on is going to be important, and we value the input that we have gotten on those things today. And also, I would like to say that the broad consultations that we're doing now is also an important part of the process of reaching something that can truly be useful in the other end. So there is, as Jovan mentioned, there is a timeline at the end of the month on the 30th of November to submit your inputs, and please do so, because it will definitely be an important part of our work going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nicola. Kathy, please.
Sure. Just to reiterate, we'd be very welcoming of any input from yourselves around good examples of digital cooperation. Personally, I'd also be very interested in examples where you think it has failed, because quite often we can learn just as much from failure as we can from success. If those of you who have input regarding the integration of sort of more human aspects into data, I'd be very interested to take some of those discussions as well. Thank you.
Anjira. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. I think just emphasizing again what Minister Astrup and Kathy have said. I'll just say by example, for instance, I'm joining in virtually from Cape Town, where I've come to see whether these topics are even coming up in the heart of African tech communities, so there's a lot of entrepreneurs and investors who will be gathered here. And so also getting the perspectives of the people who are at the heart of creating these technologies is something I'm seeking. And we also encourage others to help with that kind of outreach. I think the part of the panel's mandate on growing beyond silos is something we could also use as much help in socializing this topic as possible by going into sectors and spaces that we typically would not naturally align with. Thank you.
Anjira, while you're discussing topics in the different sessions and the open forum during the next 3 days, please try to reflect on these 3 questions. What would be the values that we should aspire to in discussing, for example, artificial intelligence, ethics? Those are issues which are highly present at the IGF agenda. What are the principles that should guide the digital cooperation, and what are the practical mechanisms that could be used for digital cooperation? It will be reported by the session organizers, as Chengeta indicated, and it will be included into the input from the IGF in the panel's deliberation. Have your say. We need to hear your ideas and suggestions, and what we can ensure that they will be treated properly with utmost dedication and utmost care, with the necessary feedback. Thank you very much for finding time to join us today, and we're looking forward to hearing from you and seeing you soon. All the best. Thank you.
So. Where is Maria?
I'm not sure.
Right. Good afternoon. I think maybe we should start in the coming 2 minutes. Yes, good afternoon. I think we should start in the coming 2 minutes. It was this proposal actually for us to move and to be in front, even if the room is really huge. But so we follow this, we can have a real, face-to-face debate. Good afternoon once again. My name is Julia Morenets, and I represent this organization, TAC, Together Against Cybercrime International, who has as one of the project called Youth IGF. And we are here with the young people from 5 countries today to discuss a number of topics. And we would like, first of all, to thank the European Parliament delegation for coming and for accepting this exchange. So, as you know, maybe I should introduce a little bit what is the Youth IGF movement about, and what are the achievements, and then present the young people that are close to me. So, as you know, the Youth IGF actually movement has been created in 2011 in France with the idea and with the debate that we had at the MAG Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group meeting at the IGF in 2011, that it should be more engagement from the young people, and actually that the voice of the young people needs to be represented here at the IGF. And so from there we organized the first gathering in France of the young people to discuss internet governance with the particular topics that they've made the choice of, and we presented the results at the IGF in 2011 as well. So from there, it has been born, it has been developed, and then today we managed to have 35 countries around the world with us. When I say we managed to have 35 countries, it means that we have leaders in these 35 countries practically who organize debates on internet governance. And we were quite lucky to bring 5 of them from 5 different continents today. The idea, the following, is not only to raise the awareness on what is internet governance about in these countries, but also to transfer the knowledge to them, and also to initiate the interest on internet governance and other topics that they have chosen. So from the debates last year, practically they were chosen 4 topics that they would like to organize the debates, the gatherings, which is the cybersecurity, on how the young people can practically raise the awareness of other young on internet safety. This is also general main internet governance topic. It's also the distribution of fake medicines online, and gender balance, and practically the promotion of the Digital for Her strategy in different countries all over the world. Actually, they are organizing the Digital for Her cafes. So I would like just to present them briefly, and then maybe start. We have Maria from Ukraine, if you can maybe, identify yourself. We have Junior from Haiti present here. We have Michelle from Lebanon. Agita from Indonesia. We have Bernardo from Portugal. I've seen Abdullalil from Chad as well in the room, and probably we have other young people who joined the debate that are not part of the movement, but we are welcome to be part of the debate. So I don't know if maybe the delegation of the European Parliament that will be joined by the ICANN CEO Goran Marby in a few minutes, you would like to introduce as well the delegation, maybe to start this exchange.
Thank you very much, and it's a very good tradition that during this IGF we have an opportunity to talk and meet with the Youth IGF. Is there any of you who has been there before?
No. Among us, I know some of us are veterans of 2 or maximum 3 times, I guess. But anyway, it's a very good initiative and a reminder that we can meet with each other, as we only represent one continent and one part of the continent, but the European citizens in European Union, in the European Parliament. So we are all elected members of the European Parliament from different countries, and we are 6 members of Parliament here. My name is Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri, and I'm a Finn from Finland, and I'm representing Socialist and Democrats group. I do have here Julia Ward from Great Britain, UK, who is also representing SND, the same political group. Then on left from her, we have Gunnar Högmark from Sweden, who is representing European People's Party. Then we have Yana Tom here. First, here I have advisors who I don't represent. They are working for us as a staff. So I go through the members of parliament. So Jonathan Bullock here from UK as well, representing the EFDD political group. Next one is Yana Tom from Estonia, and she is representing the Liberals group. And then Julia Reda from Germany, and representing the Greens in the parliamentary group. So we are 6 members of the European Parliament, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to have a chat with you. Also, we do have, or should have here, the ICANN president already. Do we have him?
He's coming at 2, actually.
Okay, we will wait. When you probably see him coming, then let him have a word. So we do have at the same time that this one, we have the session, European Parliament session in Strasbourg. So many of us, we only can stay here for a day or 2 out of these 3 days. So it's very important and nice that we can start with you. Actually, I'm very much wait forward your representation. What have you worked? And I had a hint that you have a few topics you want to discuss and be debating tonight on this 1-hour session we have. And from our side, it has been prepared that majority, most of us, we want to dedicate for the multi-stakeholder agreements globally, and then also support strongly this kind of IGF so that we do have a governance that gives us the main values that European Union is based on. It is the freedom of speech, it is the democratic structures for societies, and then we have been working a lot on the European values that we can bring on for the new times of the digitalization and then digital forums also. Sometimes it's for the politician, it's a bit technical and difficult, but then we have been working a lot on many legislative proposals that have been carried on in Europe. Unfortunately, it's self-evident that European Union cannot work for the global issues, but we can make legislation for European Union and for then our internal markets and the rules that have to be obeyed when we work on the European Union. But at the same time, we see the challenge that internet is global, technological solutions are global, but at the same time we are here and elsewhere also emphasizing that for us it is important that even this new technology, whatever it brings along, can support some values as human rights. And we actually want to underline also the human right part, what is privacy, that we think that the privacy is important human value as well, and then that has been carried on in the legislative files that we have agreed in the European Union, for example, the GDPR regulation. So sometimes we do have a global impact when we do legislation inside the European Union, as we say that at least in Europe you have to respect this one, and then it might have the global impact, global fingerprint on the technical solutions that will be then later followed by the many giant technological platforms as well. But then let this be a very short introduction from our side, but we are very eager to have your say and start discussion after you maybe present what you have prepared. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just before going to the country introduction, maybe we need to underline two things, that the number of figures, I think the movement, and as I mentioned, there's 35 countries where the activists, youth activists organize events and debates on internet governance, also promote this multi-stakeholder approach. We're around 5,000 plus already and quite active on social media. In all these countries, they have the social accounts and networks per country. And also another thing that I think might be interesting to underline, that a lot of activities that are organized at the country level, actually they are inspired also by the European Union policies and campaigns that exist. For example, that is why these three topics have been chosen for the discussion today. For example, cybersecurity, and a number of countries, roughly 20 countries, have organized during the European Cybersecurity Month activities in their countries, and they will be presenting them shortly. Afterwards, we have this distribution of fake medicines online. This is very much inspired by the European Union policies as well as a gender equality and the promotion of the Digital for Her strategy. They just came to us by saying, well, we would like to organize, particularly in Africa, would like to organize the Digital for Her cafes to bring the knowledge of IT and ICTs to the women in order to empower them. So just I would like maybe invite you to present what has been your achievements in your country, per continent, so to give more information to the delegation as well. So Marie, if you would like to start.
Thank you. I'm Maria from Ukraine, and we had a few events, for example, for European Cybersecurity Month, namely 2 events. And one of them particularly was a debate on privacy issues connected to cybersecurity. And well, the second event was it was mainly about the Korean cybersecurity, because in Ukraine it's a serious problem, the lack of qualified cybersecurity experts. It's been growing for a few years now, and also, as you've mentioned, like women in IT. We've also distributed this information about this event, about our, we had a lot of women in there too, because we cooperated with Women Who Code network in Ukraine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Junior from Haiti. I work with young people. We raise awareness people about cybersecurity. Last September, we organized the first IGF in Haiti with Eyes Up. We think it is very important for Haiti because people don't protect themselves on social networks. Merci. Thanks.
Bonjour, c'est Michel Chamas from Lebanon. We started our youth IGF in Lebanon last year. Our main target are young leaders and NGOs. We had several seminars about cybersecurity mainly. And we need to achieve, we are talking about the trending issues in cybersecurity. And we're trying to affect all the young people and their parents also, and the young leaders. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Agita from Indonesia. So in the 1st of November, so just a couple of weeks ago, we had our Youth IGF Indonesia together with IGF Indonesia with the support from the Minister of Communications and IT of Indonesia. Our focus within umbrella of the cybersecurity, but our focus is more the cyberbullying As we know that more than 112 million internet users in Indonesia, half of that population are young people, which is from 13 to 17 years old. The issue is they are the biggest community when they are using the internet, but they understand less compared to the parents. So we focus into cyberbullying by knowing that a mental health awareness starting from cyberbullying, especially with body shaming. So we had the first Youth IGF Indonesia. We gather young people, university students, to create awareness to them, to identify what exactly the cyberbullying is, and to get to know whether has been having the policy or not in Indonesia, and to tell them that the most important to go together and to prevent the cyberbullying is actually togetherness between peers, parents, universities, schools, and the whole civil society against the cyberbullying. So, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Bernardo and I'm from Portugal. Last month, on the October 15th, we organized the first Youth IGF movement in Portugal. It was a debate on cybersecurity, privacy issues and internet governance to measure and gauge what was the knowledge of the majority. It was a meeting with mostly university students. We also are developing, together with some members, a game called Cyber Detective, with the intent of raising awareness and giving solutions to people on several cybersecurity issues. This was, for example, for students and people, but also to help train professionals in the area with less knowledge. Thank you.
So I think it's, it was a short presentation of the achievements. Maybe the delegation, you do have questions and would like to know more about these particular countries. Once again, we are lacking here African continent. We're not able, due to the visa issues, actually to bring one of them here. And I know that, for example, Julie was visiting Haiti and met the young people. So I don't know if you have questions, maybe the delegation, or you would like to, to bring this to the table, and then they prepared the questions to you as well, I think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always been a great pleasure for me to engage with Youth IGF. I'm on the Education and Culture Committee in the European Parliament, so youth policy, the future for young people, the kind of world that you are going to inherit is really important for me, and that you have, that you feel that you can shape that you can own it. I think what I've been really impressed about with IGF, it's not just something, Youth IGF I mean, it's not just something that happens once a year. It is a community that's operating and reaching out to one another always throughout the whole year. I have many opportunities to meet several of you at Youth IGF previously, but when I am on mission in other countries, I am reaching out. So, and I think would be interesting for the rest of my colleagues to know more about the benefits of the interactions that you have together, and also why that's important that you're not just doing it online, okay? That you have the opportunity to come together in real time for, I don't know if they still call it flesh meetings, but when the internet first arrived, we were always talking about, can we have flesh meetings? And it's not something awful. It's just the fact. It's just the real meetings that we have. I think that would be. I think that would be really useful. I just want to say something else. You know, we are from many different countries. We represent many different committees. Okay, that's really important. But we also are on various delegations for relations with other countries. So, for example, I met the Haitian Youth IGF because I was on mission as part of the Africa, Caribbean and Pacific delegation. So I think there are many more opportunities for you to connect with European parliamentarians, EU parliamentarians, because of the fact that we go on missions to other countries, we have that responsibility. So I think more MEPs could be made aware of this, that, you know, when you're in a country, get in touch with Julia and she'll put you straight in touch with the IGF group that's in that country. But I think maybe just address that question about the added value, if you like, the benefits of you having your network, and also the value of you not just being online all the time, but the value of you coming together in real time, in person.
Thank you, Julia. I think it was, your remark was very interesting, and maybe the first question that can come, how the young people and the community of these young people in different countries can be also useful, or maybe bring the information, the insight from the youth communities in different countries, in your countries where you are, that you represent at the European Parliament, but also in the countries, as you just said, that you are visiting. So maybe they can bring, you know, as I just said, the information, the facts from these youth communities, and to bring more detail on a particular topic that you are working on this country. So I think maybe it's the first question we can ask. I think we have, and then you, please.
Right. So first of all, I think it's very important to try to make connections also with the young members of the parliament. It's always a struggle to get young people's opinions heard in polity discussions. I mean, our parliament is no exception. I think the average age is over 50 years old, and it can be difficult because youth is also a relatively small electoral group. But I think we all have to recognize that at the end of the day, the policies that we make today will affect the next coming decades and the way that the internet is going to develop. And I think it is always useful to have kind of policy statements on the big discussions of the day, such as data protection, net neutrality, cyberbullying and hate speech from a youth perspective. But because I think that all of the political parties will have to confront that reality, that the decisions that we make today are not just for ourselves. And quite often, when I talk to colleagues, when they really start paying attention to a topic that is important to young people is when they hear about it outside of their work. Like, for example, if their nephew or niece comes to them and tells them that they are very concerned about something that is going on in internet policy, I think that can have a big impact. But I think it's important also to realize when you speak to politicians that to some extent we are no longer up to date with all the technology that is being used today. I mean, even myself, I'm a bit over 30, and I feel like my social media use more or less stopped at the level of 2014 when I was elected to parliament, because since then I have had less time to keep up with trends and to really know what is what developments are of concern to young people today. So I found it very interesting to hear, for example, that body shaming is kind of a particular form of online harassment that a lot of young people have to deal with. So for us, these kinds of information are extremely important, and I think it's useful that we use fora like this to really talk about such policy subjects where you would like to see action from policymakers.
Thank you, Mrs. Schroeder. I do see we have Goran Marby also joining us for the discussion with the young. Maybe one of your colleagues would like to comment this question as well. I don't know if it's the case. Right. So, Mr. Goran, thank you. Hello, good afternoon. So we'd like to, we just made the introduction. We do have the members of the European Parliament here, and we have the young people that kindly, and it was possible actually for them to make it here and to be present at the IGF from 5 continents due to the ICANN support as well. We have to thank you. And so we have Maria from Ukraine, we have Junior from Haiti, we have Michael from Lebanon, Agita from Indonesia, and Bernardo from Portugal. And so we were explaining a little bit what was the Youth IGF movement about, and that it was practically it has been created in 2011, and we're presenting the achievements. And so maybe it will be interesting if each of you will present the burning issues that you have identified in your countries during the national event that you organized, and recently the cybersecurity months event that you organized, and maybe you can in this sense bring the content as well, and afterwards ask the question to Mr. Marby as well, to the delegation. Who is ready from you? Yes, please.
So during the event we organized, as I referred last October, one thing that was very that we noticed was the lack of knowledge on most privacy and security issues. For example, of all present students, none of them had an idea what cookies were, for example, or why they had that pop-up that appears that is now that is mandatory to appear, and to say what data is being tracked and is being stored by the providers. And they had no idea what it was. They would accept it without reading all the time. And also they had no idea what repercussions in the future that might have, or what data they was being collected, and what that data could be used for example. And I also said it was the main issue that I also is youth is using technology every day for almost everything in their lives, but they don't have a conscience on what cybersecurity is and what issues may arise from it.
So, do we have another comment from another country? Agita, can you bring your concerns in your country?
Yeah, basically in Indonesia, the most important thing I think is finding the right balance between human rights and cybersecurity itself. Because we speak about the human rights, there is a privacy, there is a right to speech, freedom to speech, but in the same time, there's a content control. Speaking about the multi-stakeholder, when we go to the technical community, there will be definitely very focused into technology infrastructure and focusing into the right tools to filtering the content. But in terms of the government, we're looking for policy, which is Indonesia. We currently lack of the policy that can be used as a cyber law, or even right now we're still in a progress to make our own data privacy policy, our own GDPR. So the main concern, I guess, is have a different visions of multi-stakeholders in Indonesia to come up to create a better internet multi-stakeholders per se. Yeah.
Thank you, Agita. I think we have someone who asked for the floor. We also have one question that has been born, I think, to the European Union delegation. But maybe, Mr. Marby, you would like to make the introduction, or already you have thoughts on what they are doing actually in their countries.
Thank you. I sort of feel that I should be sitting on that side because I feel a little bit older than you, slightly. There are no sides on the round table, you're right. Why are you sitting so far from each other, by the way? That's a good question. Hi, Gunnar. Hi, other ones. Could I, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. Can I pick on some of the things you said, which I think is essentially important? So let's put that away. And one thing you said that it surprised you that people didn't even know what cookies was. And in my speeches over the last couple of months, I end all my speeches by saying that you should clean your underwear and your cache at least every week. Because how often, anybody who cleaned their cache in their mobile web browser over the last 5 days can raise your hand. before I joined ICANN, I was a telecom regulator, and we did a small experiment. We went in and looked at some of the cookies' lifetime. We found cookies that had a lifespan of 2,500 years. That's why, and do an experiment. Clean all your cache, go to an IP address you don't usually use, a Wi-Fi you don't use, and you make searches for instance, for barbed wire. I don't know if you usually buy barbed wires, I don't. And then you go to another country's web page, like a news story, and you will get, in your own language, ads for that kind of equipment. Because that will follow you around. But it's also something else. The way Internet technically is built, it actually gives the end user a lot of responsibilities. Because you can improve your own protection quite much by cleaning your cache, setting your web browser the right way, using what we call middle-of-man VPNs. It takes away the sort of principle of who you are and where you go to. So, and these are easily measures that you can do. Make sure that your system is updated, and that increases the security of yourself tremendously. But we don't talk about that, which I agree with you. And ICANN, who is a technical organization, we are not on the end user point, but we are starting to talk about it more, because it's actually a big part of those problems. When we talk about cybercrime, we talk about, for instance, of infected computers. And the responsibility for an infected computer often lies with you. If you have this, if you upgrade your operating systems, if you check on those, your computer will not be infected, and therefore can't be used in a DDoS attack. Because DDoS attacks, when you have a lot of different computers, they're all infected. We have a small part in that, because as the one who supplies the world with a domain name system, because you get an email where there is a link, and you see that link and you hit it because it seems like you're going to get $1 million or something. And therefore you got something downloaded on your PC, which is a virus, and that virus is used in an attack. And one of the things we're working with is to deliberately make sure that there are not too many bad domainers out there who are actually, for reasons, are selling the ability for bad actors to do those things, because it's a domain name you actually see. So that's the first thing I sort of want to point out when it comes to your own responsibility. And I look at the politicians and I say, maybe that's something we can add to the, what you teach at schools. We teach kids how to walk across the street. Maybe we should teach them how to use secure devices when they go online. When I want to learn something, I go to my son and he teaches me. The second thing, which is even sort of interesting, is that Internet, and I've seen this more and more, that when we talk about Internet, we talk about two different things. It seems like we in our heads divided Internet. And one Internet is the ones we use all the time. I bet everybody's sitting here and doing chats and sending emails to your loved ones, or making arrangements for the dinner tonight. Whatever. We use Internet as a methodology for our own good. And then you have the other bad Internet, where people post things that we don't like, or is using it for bad things that people don't like. And we often conflict those two. I mean, we are representing the sort of technical part of the Internet for the domain name system and the IANA functions. The problem is it's the same system. So the same system gives you the ability to go online and do something which you think is good. It's the same system some people is doing something bad with. And what we've seen over the last couple of years is that, of course, elected politicians around the world is now looking at it. You talked about bad content, whatever that is. I mean, I think there are things that we can agree upon. But some of the legislative proposals we've seen who wants to take that away actually could mean that people cannot connect to the Internet and cannot send information between each other. We also see sometimes in the technical specifications on new equipment, especially mobile, often talked about 5G, that they want to take away what we call the Internet. They want to have something else because there's so many bad things there. Internet has been the domain name system has been very successful. We've grown it from no one to 3.4 or 4.3, I can't remember, billion users around the world in about 20 years with no hiccups. And I think it's fair to discuss many of those things. I think it's even important for elected officials around the world to have a look of because internet has a social impact, and we are not a political organization. But at the same time, we have to make sure that it doesn't take away what I believe and I work for, the interconnectivity of internet itself. Because I do this and my team do this because we think when people connect on the internet, something magical happens. So this means that our work and your work is not done. I mean, so ICANN just celebrated its 20th anniversary. 20 years, nothing. That means that I was 35 years old when ICANN was formed. I'm old. And in a very short time period, this has happened, and start people to see that we've done everything with internet. But apart from the fact that we have still a couple of billion users we would like to have connected on the system, we have not made all the decisions and all the policies going forward. We still have an enormous amount of questions we have to answer ourselves, and we do all mistakes. I mean, and legislation now has an impact on how we can do things. So that's why it's important for ICANN, for instance, to bring in younger people, whatever the definition is. When do you stop being young, by the way? Is there an age? My kids think that I'm very old.
I think we have the definition of the European Union, right? 35, is it in the European Union?
You're young under 35? That I'm going to tell my oldest daughter. She thinks she's old, she's 27. To end this, just to give you a practical example. Internet, the technical infrastructure of Internet is built around transparency and accountability. Because it's been so important in this setup that if anyone acts on the Internet as a part of this, you should know who it is. And the reason for that is you want to be able to go after bad actors. We see that in the thousands of databases that we have publicly on the Internet, so you can always know who to contact if something goes wrong. Here comes GDPR. And we don't have an opinion about GDPR as a legislation. GDPR has helped, at least me and my community, to talk more about privacy. But it's also the fact that inside us, inside our systems, for instance, in policies set by IGF, there are names, because everybody wants to know who writes the standard, so we know it's not a bad intent. We store those information for a very long time. We have another one which is called the WHOIS system, which is not all internet users of the world, but everybody's a domain name system, which is often used, for instance, for anti-abuse work. So right now, I think we have to continue our work to make sure that we don't break what is essentially is for transparency and accountability. And no one can say that we have all the answers. So our methodology of this, bring people in from all parts of the community, young, old, different countries, different backgrounds, different ways of looking at it, and try to find a consensus going forward. But it won't be easier now when you have legislation. So I picked on both of your things. No one has the answers. Walk in and have those opinions, because your voice counts in this. And help us to shape not only the existing 4.2 billion users, whatever it is, but also the next billion users, because we have many, many challenges to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marby. I think it was a lot of things that you put on the table, very, very important issues. And actually about the voice of the young, I think you have to advertise your T-shirts, which is every voice counts. And actually, yes, sure, we will make sure that you have one of these. And I think Bernardo from Portugal was saying something to me when you raised the question of cookies, and actually this is the most burning question if you want to, and we wanted to present this to the European Parliament as well, actually, this tool, and I think it's a good momentum.
So as I referred in my presentation, and now we'll do so again, we are developing with some former students of our university back in Portugal a game called Cyber Detective, which has the intent of educating people on these matters. For example, the first prototype presents a phishing case, shows what happened, how it happened, and then helps the person try to discover where to go to, how to solve this issue, how to get, in that case, it is the person gets his phone infected and with with a malware which encrypts all the device, ransomware, and how to go to the authorities, how to recover data. And our idea is beyond educating the masses with this kind of tool, is also to educate law enforcement, for example, which many times they don't know how to proceed in these cases. We're also looking for political support for the development and the distribution of this, because we believe it will be, for example, for schools, it would be a good way, as he was referring, perhaps in schools we need to start teaching cybersecurity. We believe that it might be, for example, a good tool to do so.
I don't know if the European Union delegation and Mr. Morby would like to react on this, if you have maybe questions that to the young people that they were born already.
I see many hands on this side, the willingness to comment and maybe to also give some answers that in EU we have had also issue of cookies on the legislative table. I don't know if Julia was involved on. Okay, then. But we have Jana first, and then Gunnar, and then Julia. So if it's okay, 3 on the row.
Yes, sure.
Yes,
please.
Good.
Thank you. I'm really enjoying this conversation. No, I have a mother. She's 86 years old, and she's really active in Facebook. Yesterday in the evening, she called me and said, Jana, I've broken my Facebook. I posted a photo, and there were only 3 likes under it. And my younger son, who is 12 years old, he was able to explain what's going on. But I have a feeling that we have like several vulnerable groups in the internet. And I would not exclude these old ladies like my mom. I understand that we're speaking with young people, but anyway, they are those who are eager to believe this fake news like this. But if we're speaking about, I was happy to listen about this. Several of you mentioned we have to teach it at school. I believe that in December, European Parliament will adopt only an own initiative, but still report, and which I'm rapporteur in. This is about education in digital era. And this is exactly about the thing that we have in European Union. We have several problems. The first one, everybody knows that if you graduate from school, it's absolutely clear that you have you're supposed to have a certain set of skills in maths, in languages, in history, but not in IT. There is just no description what are basic or not basic digital skills. Another thing is that we don't have a professional description of what is IT teacher. Sometimes these are just people who are doing programming somewhere, then they come to school, then they teach something, they go away, and so on and so forth. It just doesn't work in a proper way. And the result is that even Julia Reda, we all know who is Julia Reda when she got elected to the parliament. Now she says that she's just kind of lagging behind in her social media, which happened during 4 years. Sorry for bringing you as an example, but. And the main point is that we have to learn to teach people how to learn for the whole of their life. This is not a toy, this is a tool. But we have really lack of teachers who are able to use this tool and who understand how to do it. And this is the main problem which we have to address in European Union and whatever. But on the other hand, we all know that education is maybe one of most conservative things ever. Where in Paris, in France, if I remember properly, in French schools, it's not allowed to enter to lesson with your mobile phone. I'm not going to criticize this decision or making decision if it is right or if it is wrong, but it still obviously doesn't work. And if our children are sleeping with them, we have to teach them how to do it in a proper way. And I believe that maybe this report and this approach will be kind of first step, but the problem is that the things are developing really fast, and we have to teach them at school like every day. And another thing is that young people, and what Julie Watt said about these meetings, these decision makers, and Julia was right, we are kind of a little bit older than you. And we had this big discussion about copyright, about AVMS and other things, but I had a feeling that these discussions are moving in parallel. We are old-fashioned paper, newspaper readers, and you are somewhere internet. And there is a really lack of link between generations. And it's really sad to see that, yes, there are like 6 young people on the other side of this big circle table, and we, yes, old politicians, kind of. So please be more active and write and help us to reach young people and children. This is really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this comment. I think it was another member of the European Parliament who wanted to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Gunnar Hökmar from Sweden. And I'm sitting here and reflecting about the way we are talking about the internet. And I think a huge problem lies in the fact that too many, too often tend to think about internet as a special thing, dramatic thing, magic or mysterious or something very futuristic, instead of understanding that this is in the main core of our society today. This is how we trade, this is how we learn, this is how we follow media, this is how we socialize, etc. And I think a lot of the problems that you have raised and that are raised everywhere about bullying on the net or about cyber security is in some way to understand that the internet must be seen as a quite normal thing, that the rules we have in society needs to be applied on the internet as well. But instead we very often do the other thing around. We try to regulate the internet in order to achieve something that is maybe not the first-hand problem. I think if anyone is bullying someone else, I mean, then we need to enforce the rules we have in society. Fake medicine, the same thing. It is no difference between fake medicine on the internet and fake medicine in a shop or in close to the harbor somewhere where someone is hiding and trying to market fake medicine, etc., etc. So I think that the main progressive step would be to start to understand that this is the core and main part of our society. Also meaning that, of course, education must be about how you safeguard yourself on the net, regarding cookies and regarding all the other things about not only washing your clothes but also emptying the coach, etc. So I think in some way a lot of people always want to do this as a thing about generations. I think this is much more about how close we are to the internet and how we use the internet. And a problematic thing is that far too many people still believe that the internet is a very, very special thing, instead of understanding that this is the way we work and the way we read and socialize. And at the same time, as we are not understanding the impact that the internet makes everything much more accessible, much faster, and you can distribute things much more. It is free to distribute, so to say. And we need to understand this logic in order to safeguard that the normal rules of our society can be enforced on the net. And if we have that approach, I think a lot of the problems that you are raising, and we all are raising, can be solved in a quite undramatic way.
Thank you once again.
I wanted to come back on the question raised by the colleague from Indonesia about the balance between human rights and protecting people online. I think this is a very important discussion that we are also having on a daily basis, and I think it's important not to look for very simplistic solutions, because sometimes we come up with an idea and we end up hurting the people that we are trying to protect. So for example, in Germany, where I'm from, we had a big discussion about a real name policy. This was also a big issue on Facebook, whether people have to use their real name when they communicate online. And the theory was that if you force everybody to disclose their identity, then they will behave properly. But actually what we are seeing is that a lot of people are completely comfortable to post racist comments and sexist comments under their real name because they know it will not have legal consequences. But the victims actually are very afraid of using, for example, social media under their real names if they're a victim of stalking, for example. So I think it's always important to kind of look at it from these both sides. And you mentioned content filtering in particular, and there I have a very strong opinion, which is that content filtering does not work. We are, I think, putting too much trust into technology to make very difficult decisions about right and wrong. So just to give you a few examples, in the discussion about terrorist content online, we have seen some online platforms automatically removing documentations of human rights violations in Syria because there was a Daesh flag somewhere or something that automatically made it look like terrorist propaganda, when actually it was the exact opposite. It was the documentation of terrorist crimes. Or another example was that recently we received quite a lot of complaints from Twitter users in Bulgaria. Now, Bulgaria is a regular country in the EU, and one of the things that is different from other countries is that they use the Cyrillic alphabet, so they don't communicate in the Latin alphabet that is used in most European countries and in the US. So the automatic algorithms identified a lot of Bulgarian Twitter users as Russian bots because they were using the Cyrillic alphabet and they might be mentioning some popular accounts. So these kinds of mistakes can happen really quickly if there is no human control. And I think it's also important to recognize that these filters are not created in a vacuum. They are written by people, by software engineers who have their own biases. And usually they are rich, white, and male, and they may not have the same perspectives as everybody else. So I'm very skeptical towards trying to solve social problems with technology, which is a bit also the point that Gunnar made, that if we have a social problem such as bullying or harassment, and we don't have the social norms in place in a society that we actually want to protect the victims, then trying to find a technological fix for it is not going to work.
Thank you so much for this statement. I don't know if other members of the European Parliament would like to make their comments. If you allow me, I would like just to follow what you just said about the victims, and it's one of the issues which came from the majority of events organized in the countries by the Youth IGF on cybersecurity. Actually, it's a victim protection. I would like really to call on the European Parliament to help, because we don't really have the policy mechanism today on how to protect the victims of the cybercrime victims online. And this is which came regularly from these meetings, and we think very important. Would like to bring to you in the area where you can do something, actually, from legal and policy perspective. And if you allow us also to take the call that a colleague of yours just said about the education, and allow us actually to send you this prototype for on educational purposes of the cyber detective, I think the young people from Portugal would be more than happy to spread this and to have your opinion, and also to see how it can be used and incorporated by the policy mechanisms as well. I think we do have a few minutes left. I need to introduce, because the lady and the Youth IGF Chad was somewhere lost in the room, just to introduce quickly, and then go maybe go to the to your comment, and then we introduce the Youth IGF Chad, and then we have one question from Lebanon, and we have to close practically. Thank you. Please, sir.
Thank you. I'm Jonathan Bullock. I represent UKIP in the United Kingdom, member of the EFDD group. I just want to sort of reiterate and support what Julia said there, because often things are done with the best of intention and create a far worse situation. For example, many politicians throughout Europe now are, in my view, quite rightly concerned about the issue of immigration, yet because they're concerned about immigration and want to talk about this issue, they sometimes get either no platformed or stopped from talking about it, which is, you know, totally against freedom of speech and a problem. For example, in the UK, we've had a problem with grooming gangs in small towns, which are mainly of Muslim background, and this is a serious issue. But because people are so scared of political correctness and so scared of saying the wrong thing on the internet or what have you, the issue has been buried rather than talked about and solved. So I want to support what's being said about the things often going wrong when things are done with the best of intention but end up banning in a way free speech or an approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, and I think we agree. I would like just quickly, you have two questions. I don't know about the time which was foreseen by the delegation. I would like just quickly to introduce from the colleague from Chad. She would like just to say, you know, at least introduce yourself. If you can take just quickly. Yep, go ahead.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi je parle en français. Bon, je m'appelle Bouchra Nasr Selat, je représente le YOS IGF Tchad. Chez nous au Tchad, récemment nous avons organisé une élection libre et transparente pour élire un nouveau membre du bureau exécutif de YOS IGF Tchad. Nous avons aussi organisé un forum pour sensibiliser les jeunes, surtout sur les questions sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Les jeunes aujourd'hui au Tchad, ils ont un sérieux problème par rapport à la cybersécurité et à la cybersexualité. Donc ils sont confrontés à des différents problèmes. Et là, nous essayons à travers le bureau de YOS IGF Tchad de remédier un peu ces genres de problèmes.
I think I have to translate. I'm sorry. There is no translation, but I will take this responsibility. And practically, yeah, they are mostly fluent in French. So in Chad, she was saying she represents the Youth IGF Chad, and it was their third edition already this year that they have organized, and elected a new committee as well. And the last activity was also on awareness raising on safe and responsible use of the internet, which is a big concern in Chad as well. So we can see it's not only the European element, but all over the world, obviously. I think, Michael, quickly from Lebanon, you want to bring just 1-2 sentences, please.
Yes. Well, ahead of the technical issues and infected devices, our main concerns are identity theft and the freedom of speech on social media. In Lebanon, we have a lack of legislation about these issues, and people are confusing between the freedom of speech and insulting each other. So I would like to know how are you dealing with this in the European countries?
Thank you, Michael, for a quick question. And I think, Gita, you wanted to raise a question as well. And so afterwards, we will be going to the delegation and we'll be closing. Gita, please, quickly.
Yeah, I would like to probably add a statement from Julia from the European Parliament from Germany. But I completely agree, because right now, I guess internet is no longer as a technology tool, but more like a social phenomena, which is, I completely agree with the issue that we are having right now. Instead of making tools for filtering content online, but giving awareness to the young people. But in here also, especially in the developing countries, speaking about Indonesia, well, I mean, I think as the young people, we would like to have an internet still open and inclusive, which is very important to have a collaborations. As we know, the internet is still a digital divide is still a very huge issue in Indonesia. Whether people in a very eastern or very western of Indonesia knowing about internet, knowing about the social media, but they have no idea how to use it wisely. So the collaborations, I do believe the collaborations between the government, the private sector, the academia, and then us as a civil society is very important to actually make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Agita. We are back to the European Parliament delegation, Julie, and if we have other questions as well.
I think the public sphere, wherever it is a place for conversation, for discussion, debate, free speech, people to present their views. That's really important, and we need citizenship education, and generally we need more citizenship education in order for people to understand that is part of how you have a more connected, more engaged, more participative society. I think what has been happening is that there has been a lot of false accusations about things. There's been such a lot of fake news. You see what is happening in the UK, what is happening with the Trump elections, which is this interference on the internet from foreign governments, the large platforms flooding people's gadgets with all kinds of mistruths, all kinds of encouragements for hatred, and this was even true in the Brazil elections recently. I do a lot of work in Brazil, so I know there it wasn't so much Facebook, it was actually WhatsApp messages which were encouraging people. And what I'm really worried about is you have violence online, you have violence and threats online, and people feeling that this is a space where they can maybe say the things that they wouldn't say face to face to each other. But when politicians are making these kinds of untrue statements and they're encouraging, it actually it gets whipped up by the right-wing press, I'm afraid, and then it ends up in real violence. And that's, I think, where the internet, where what is happening on the internet there's a real responsibility, actually, from everybody at all levels, from people on the ground right through to the policymakers and the elected politicians, to really behave in a much more considered way about the way that they are speaking about things. So for me, I think citizenship education, and including in that digital and media literacy, so that people can be really, really informed about what is real, what is not, and about their responsibilities. And I'm very proud that in my region, in the northwest of England, at Salford University, they had a research program with young people about fake news, about cybersecurity, which I can share with you if I'll put a link up to it so that you can look at it on my Twitter feed, okay? It was reported by a really excellent magazine called The Conversation, which is an online magazine that works with experts, and it's very important that we continue to work with experts. It works with experts from the academic world who are having their papers, their discussions, their debates published in a very in a very open way. So it's not like you're an academic and you have to get access to really complicated papers. They're written in a very digestible form for everybody to look at. I'd also like to say that I was speaking at Goldsmiths University last Monday on human rights and technology. So there's a new think tank at Goldsmiths called Britain in Europe, which is really concerned about a lot of the freedoms and the human rights and citizenship issues which are really relevant to European values right now.
Thank you so much, Julie. Do we have other comments from the delegation, or maybe from...
No, it's just like, look, we are over time, and there is an opening ceremony with the President of the country and a new Secretary General starting. So I want to thank on behalf of our delegation. And just like that, not everything can be legislated. So now we have the new forums, and at least it brings a lot the big community that we can all share. So it brings also the responsibility of everyone joining that one. It's not only nationality, it's our global internet. But I think the best hint I've heard that we all can start from the thinking that what we put online, that is it something that you would like to your daughter to see and read? Because it's common face for sphere for everyone. So sometimes there's something that you can talk among the old people, or you may talk among the your fellows. But it turns out to be not respecting the freedom of speech if you insult other people or group or individuals, and that is, I think, the best way to make a difference when it's using the right to speech and propose your own opinion, and then when it's really discriminating the human rights of the others. But thank you so much for a very interesting topics that you brought on board in this meeting, and good luck for your future job as well.
Thank you. And we have to thank the delegation for accepting and for being here with us, as well as the ICANN CEO. And I think it was the great world responsibility. And if we can repeat these kind of meetings to make a tradition of this, it will be great for the young people. Thank you again. And if you just give us 2 minutes to take a photo together, it will be great as well. Thank you.
Essai, 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 essai. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Essai. 1, 2, 3, 4. Essai. 1, 2, 3, 4. OK. Essai, test de sonorisation. Essai 1, 2, test de sonorisation.
Test, test, 1, 2, test, test, oh, test, check, check, 1, check.
Essai, bienvenue à l'UNESCO, test de sonorisation. 1, 2, 3, essai.
Fabrice, si tu es là-haut, tu m'entends? Enfoiré. Fabrice, s'il te plaît, tu pourrais ouvrir les deux micros HF. Ils sont sur les... C'est le 1-2 des pavés en bas à droite, des pavés blancs.
Oui.
C'est ça, yes.
C'est bon partout.
1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. C'est ceux en bas à droite. Les 1-2, les boutons 1-2. Essai, essai. Bon, laisse tomber, je vais remonter.
Essai. Ça m'a l'air fort. Je veux dire de baisser 6 fois. Remets, tu peux remettre comme c'était? Essai de sonorisation. 1, 2, 3. Essai de sonorisation. Essai de sonorisation. Donc le PowerPoint, voyons voir, c'est ici, c'est sur le PC. La transcription, hein. Oui, il n'y a pas un Xpanel là-haut? C'est pas avec un Xpanel qu'on fait ça? Oui, en fait. Donc le PowerPoint, on le met sur cette salle. Test son, test son, test son.
Ay, listo, gracias, excelente. Yo está un poquito aporreado.
Colombia y Perú.
Ahora se fue la señora que cuadró esos habladores.
Perfecto. Uno y otro.
Trabajamos para el ICESCO. Ah, perdón. Sí, sí.
Essai, essai, 1, 2, 3. Essai, essai, 1, 2, ok. Essai, essai. Essai de sonorisation, ok.